that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages.
Distinguished guests and all participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we start this momentous occasion, we would like to inform our attendees who are joining virtually this following information. Please make sure that you use a fully charged device or connect it to power supply. For better quality of the audio, you can use your headset or earphones. Please use the virtual background provided by the organizing committee. Kindly use the following username format: institution, followed by an underscore, and your name. Chat box feature is to be used with discretion and during Q&A session. Make sure you have a steady internet connection and please avoid mobile tethering. Kindly activate your camera feature and turn your microphone off during this event. Our distinguished audience, the event will start shortly. We kindly ask you to prepare. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian and American friends from different states, villages and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, greetings. Thank you very much for taking your time to join us this morning in this lovely occasion, and we warmly welcome you to the Share program closing event. Can we have a big round of applause to start this lovely occasion? Thank you so much. My name is Alvin Gianita, and it is my pleasure to be your MC today. And first and foremost, please allow me to extend our warmest greetings to His Excellency Ekapap Pantafong, Deputy Secretary General, DSG of ASEAN for Socio-Cultural Community, or ASCC. His Excellency Ambassador Igor Drismans, EU Ambassador to ASEAN. Mr. Thibaut Portevang, Head of Cooperation EU Delegation to ASEAN. Ms. Rodora T. Babaran, Director, Human Development Directorate, ASEAN Secretariat representing the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, or OGM 2025. Mr. Darren McDermott, Share Program Team Leader. Share Consortium Partners, representative from ASEAN member states, representative from Share Partner Universities, representative from Share Alumni, distinguished speakers and moderators, and of course, to all our respected guests, thank you very much once again for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union support to higher education in the ASEAN region SHARE program has contributed significantly to the development of higher education sector in ASEAN as part of a wider higher education community in Southeast Asia and globally. In delivering its activities, the SHARE program has worked alongside the ASEAN Secretariat and has partnered with regional partners in the sector. The SHARE program is coming to an end, and we are here to celebrate the successful completion of the SHARE program. Our event today is run in hybrid modality. Therefore, there are several information which might be applied differently for our attendees who are joining us virtually and here in person. And there are several information for our audience in this room. In case of emergency, we are encouraging everyone to exit this room from the door that located on your left and on your right, and please assembly right at the front of the Heritage Building. And we kindly ask our audience to silence your phone during this event. Washrooms are located on the side of this room, from your side on the left. And you can find the prayer room on your left side at the end of the hallway. And all photographs from audio or video recording that may be taken during this event will be based on all the collected consent that you have or chose not to sign at the registration. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, to begin this event, we would like to invite the Deputy Secretary General, or DSG, of ASEAN for Socio-Cultural Community, ASCC, His Excellency Ekapap Pantafong, to deliver remarks.
Excellency Ambassador Igor Driesman, the EU Ambassador to ASEAN. Senior officials meeting the Education Summit focal points for SHARE. Members of the ASEAN Working Group on the Higher Education Mobility, or AWG HEM 2025. Representatives of the EU SHARE Consortium consisting of the British Council, German Academic Exchange Service, European Association for the Quality Assurance in Higher Education, and the NOFIC. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning. It is a pleasure to be here today to mark the close of the successful SHARE program and to officiate the handing over of its results to ASEAN and the partners. Today's event highlights that the program has achieved and they will also take stock of lessons learned. As you know, since 2015, SHARE the program that has been instrumental in supporting ASEAN's ambition to enable the greater harmonization and internationalization of higher education in the region. Therefore, on this occasion, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the European Union for this the 15 million euro program. Because of your generous support, SHARE the program has delivered exemplary results, including, among others, 15 policy dialogues, 29 applications, 590 scholarships for ASEAN students, and over 600 beneficiaries of policy dialogues, workshops, training, conferences, and forums. We could not have to produce such results without the consortium who implemented and delivered various activities under its key results areas, such as policy dialogues, qualifications, the frameworks, and quality assurance, and the student mobility and credit transfer. I would like to thank the consortium, particularly the British Council, German Academic Exchange Service, European Association for the Quality Assurance in Higher Education, NAFIC, European University Association, and Campus France for seeing through every task and activity with passion and the commitment to ensure the great success of the program. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 45th anniversary of the cooperation between ASEAN and the European Union. For over 4 decades, the EU has been an important dialogue partner of ASEAN, and I am pleased to note that our cooperation continues to flourish across the 3 ASEAN community pillars. ASEAN recognizes and highly values EU's long-standing support to the ASEAN community building, particularly in the fostering the creation of a knowledge-based society and enhancing the region's competitiveness through the support of the EU shared program to ASEAN higher education, home to more than 7,000 universities and around 12 million students. ASEAN has enormous potential in accelerating its development and productivity if we can develop our human resources aptly. Ladies and gentlemen, in our effort to develop our human resources and enhance the support towards the free movements of students, workers, and their skills in ASEAN, I am pleased to share that the ASEAN education sector is aiming to establish a common higher education space in Southeast Asia through the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025, which work is also supported by the EU shared program until this year. In this regard, please allow me to share 2 recent major initiatives that ASEAN is embarking on to support the realization of ASEAN's vision of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia for the greater people-to-people mobility and knowledge transfer across ASEAN. First, there is an ongoing discussion on the development of an ASEAN CMAL joint declaration on a common higher space in Southeast Asia, which I understand will also be presented at this event. I would also like to emphasize the critical role that AWG, HEM, the members, and the SOM-ED will play, and the continued support needed from partners in the process of the formulation, endorsement, and the adoption of the declaration. Second, I'm pleased to share that the declaration on the digital transformation of education systems in ASEAN has been adopted by the 40th and the 41st ASEAN summits last month. In this digital age, digital technology, connectivity would certainly be among the most important components for the establishment of a common higher education space, which will facilitate greater people-to-people connectivity and the knowledge transfer across ASEAN. Going forward, I would like to seek ASEAN, the member states and partners, the commitment in the operationalizing this declaration to support the establishment of a common higher education space in the region and ensure an inclusive digital transformation of education systems in ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to commend the achievements made by the shared program and the significant strides towards the ownership of the shares work to date. The success of the program has exceeded our expectations. I believe the people and institutions that the program has positively affected will continue to flourish in the coming years. I am confident that these achievements will be sustained and expanded by the AWG, the HEM, and its partners. I would like to conclude by emphasizing the need for continued partnerships. It is essential for us to catalyze and leverage the efforts of partners to sustain what shared the program has gained and deliver the transformative impacts. Finally, I would like to thank AWG, HEM, the members, and the SOM-ED, the focal points for share, who are present today for their efforts and the contribution to the success of this program. We count on your continued commitment and support going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Ekapap Pantafong, for your enriching insights. Next, we are inviting the EU Ambassador to ASEAN, His Excellency Ambassador Igor Driesmans, to deliver his remarks.
His Excellency Ekapap, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the Social Cultural Committee, Ms. Rudora Babaran, Director Human Development, and all members of the Education, Youth and Sport Division of the ASEAN Secretariat, members of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025, senior officials on education, some ED focal points for SHARE, Mr. Darren McDermott, SHARE Program Team Leader and his team, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are celebrating the 7 years implementation of the EU support to higher education in ASEAN region, or the SHARE program. Started in 2015, the EU is proud to witness the journey, the achievements and the contributions of the SHARE program to ASEAN higher education until now. I think it's fair to say that the program has made significant contributions to a harmonized higher education sector in ASEAN, has worked closely with the ASEAN Secretariat and the relevant action points in the ASEAN Work Plan on Education, and has contributed to the roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and various frameworks in ASEAN higher education sector. The EU is proud to have provided opportunities to more than 2,000 ASEAN students to study abroad, virtually or in person, both within ASEAN and in Europe, through the SHARE scholarships. These scholarships gave opportunities to the young people in ASEAN to experience personal and professional development and growth. I would therefore like to congratulate the great SHARE team and all partners in ASEAN member states and the ASEAN Secretariat for their hard work, their contribution and commitment. Please allow me to acknowledge the important role of the ASEAN Secretariat, the SOM ED, and all key stakeholders, which has been placing great emphasis on building a regional higher education space that brings people together. EU support to higher education and students have always been an important part of our long-standing relations with ASEAN. That will not change in the future. People-to-people connectivity is a key priority for the Global Gateway, the EU's new global strategy, which singles out connectivity and sustainability as dominant features for our future engagement. Therefore, the EU will continue our close collaboration with ASEAN in the field of higher education. We're looking forward to continue to work hand in hand with all of you in our upcoming program. I wish you all a very insightful and productive session ahead. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, now we will proceed to the first presentation with the topic of SHARE program achievements, lessons learned, and the way forward. That will be shared by the SHARE program team leader, Mr. Darren McDermott. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Very nice to see you all here. And albeit a sad occasion to close the SHARE program after 7 years, I think there's an awful lot to celebrate, and we look forward to hearing more about that today. His Excellency Ekapap Pantafong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community. His Excellency Igor Driesmans, EU Ambassador to ASEAN. His Excellency Ambassador Toru Morikawa, Executive Director of the Asia-Europe Foundation. Ms. Rudora Babaran, Director of the Human Development Directorate of the ASEAN Secretariat. Mr. Thibaut Portavam, Head of Cooperation of the EU Delegation to ASEAN. Mr. Roger Chow, Head of Education, Youth and Sports Division at the ASEAN Secretariat. Professor Dr. Khairul Saleh Mohammed Sarhari, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Quality Assurance, representing the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network at the Malaysian Qualifications Agency. Mr. Philip Masterson, Senior Program Officer of CEMEA RIHED. Mr. Wesley Tater, Senior Consultant for Education and Skills Development at the Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, UNESCO. Distinguished members of SOMED, the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, representatives of SHARE partner universities, and our wonderful alumni, distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen of the Southeast Asian higher education community. On this occasion of the conclusion of the EU support to higher education in the ASEAN region program, we're really pleased to gather with colleagues and friends from the program to acknowledge the success in our collective efforts and reaffirm our commitment to take forward the outcomes and lessons learned for the next phase of the journey. Today, we have the opportunity to present numerous successful initiatives and outcomes of the program, and also be reassured that the future of those initiatives and the objective of creating a common space for higher education in Southeast Asia are being pursued with renewed vigor in the spirit of partnership. Some of us were in this very hall just over 7 years ago in August 2015 for the inaugural SHARE policy dialogue. In September that year, the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development were adopted by world leaders at a historic UN summit. A matter of months later, the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education Plan of Action 2025 would be launched. And the regional organizations and institutions in Southeast Asia embarked on initiatives to address and incorporate both agendas to varying degrees, but very much within their own organizational mission. 7 years on, we occupy a very different context. The landscape of higher education in Southeast Asia has changed utterly. COVID-19 aside, the objectives and plans within the KL Declaration needed to be revised, revisited, and updated to meet the needs of our new reality. The world has changed, and higher education must change with it to be of service to society in meeting the challenges ahead. Coinciding with the resumption of SHARE's work in its second phase in 2021 was the adoption by the region's Ministers of Education of the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021 to 2025, to which SHARE contributed as part of a regional consultation process. Alongside this work, and since 2020, SHARE had been working with regional partners through the Education, Youth and Sports Division of the ASEAN Secretariat to establish the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025. The working group was launched on the first day of the 12th SHARE Policy Dialogue in July 2021, under the theme of creating a resilient and sustainable ASEAN higher education space. The primary mandate of the group is to lead the development and implementation of a cohesive roadmap to realize a common higher education space for the region, fostering greater people-to-people connectivity and knowledge transfer in the framework of the Work Plan on Education. Comprised of senior officials from the region's ministries of education and regional organizations, it is perhaps the most representative group of the region's higher education policymakers. The SHARE program has served as technical and operational advisor to the working group, and we're pleased to report that the working group's fourth meeting was successfully concluded just yesterday. The 14th SHARE Policy Dialogue on the contribution of higher education partnerships in Southeast Asia towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So CEMEO, RIHED, the ASEAN Secretariat's Education, Youth and Sports Division, UNESCO Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, the ASEAN University Network, the Asia-Europe Foundation, and many other members of the working group partner on a 3-day hybrid policy dialogue in Bangkok. Subsequently, I was pleased to have the opportunity to attend the 3rd UNESCO World Higher Education Conference in Barcelona between the 18th and 20th of May. And the roadmap that emerged from the conference, Beyond Limits, New Ways to Reinvent Higher Education, outlines 6 major challenges for higher education to evolve. We must evolve from viewing higher education as elitist, discriminatory, and sometimes alienated from public tasks, to enabling people's rights to higher education through equitable, funded, and sustainable access. We must evolve from a restrictive focus on disciplinary or professional training to a holistic student learning experience. We must evolve from disciplinary silos to inter- and transdisciplinarity, open dialogue, and active collaboration among diverse perspectives. From assuming higher education comes immediately after secondary education to a lifelong learning approach aimed at serving diverse education needs of youth and adults. From a hierarchically and weakly connected archipelago of institutions and programs to an integrated system with a diversity of programs, flexible learning pathways, and connecting them so as to enlarge educational opportunities for youth and adults and avoid dead ends. From an industrial model of schooling to pedagogically informed and technologically enriched higher education experiences where learners manage their own pathways. The 2 key learnings we have taken from this and our experiences on the SHARE program are firstly, the importance of partnerships, and particularly international partnerships, to higher education. And secondly, the need to adapt higher education to the kind of learning that happens in the real world. The regional organizations and institutions that comprise the Southeast Asian higher education community have recognized that it is through partnerships with each other, the public-private sectors, and civil society that much more can be achieved, and higher education can play a much greater role for the benefit of society. Partnership engenders trust, and trust allows for much greater development. The work towards achieving this in the form of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia progressed further in July this year with the launch of the Roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and its implementation plan. And this was held at the 15th SHARE Policy Dialogue in Hanoi, Vietnam. The document and discussions between regional stakeholders in Hanoi established the context for further work on decisions towards the establishment of a collective vision and cohesive joint declaration on a common higher education space for Southeast Asia. And you'll hear more about this later today. This work continues apace, and the EU Support to Higher Education in the ASEAN Region programme is proud to have contributed to the process of bringing regional organisations in Southeast Asia closer together to coalesce around the shared goal of developing an inclusive, diverse, and sustainable common space for higher education in the region. It's been a great honour for me, personally, to have been involved first as a consultant at that very first policy dialogue here in this room in August 2015, and subsequently as team leader of the SHARE programme from February 2020. I'd like to express my deep appreciation to the offices of the ASEAN Secretariat, the EU delegation to ASEAN, and delegations across the region, the senior officials of education, the SHARE focal points, the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, Simeo Raihead, UNESCO, the Asia-Europe Foundation, the ASEAN University Network, SHARE's expert consultants, SHARE partner universities and their wonderful students for the efforts in making this, the second phase of the SHARE programme, and prior to that, an enhanced period of regional cooperation and partnership. Last but not at all least, I'd like to thank each and every member of the SHARE programme consortium, those consortium teams past and present, for all of their hard work for the programme then and now. We look forward to the discussions ahead and the ongoing developments in the ASEAN and Southeast Asian higher education space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Darren, for your insights. Moving right along, in this session, please join me in welcoming Head of Cooperation, EU Delegation to ASEAN, Mr. Thibaut Portevang.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Excellency, Mr. Ekafab Pantavong, Deputy Secretary General of the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Ms. Rodora Babaran, Director for Human Development of the ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Roger Chow, Assistant Director and Head of Education, Youth and Sports Division of the ASEAN Secretariat, members of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025, share focal points of the Senior Officials Meeting on Education, SOMED, Darren McDermott, SHARE Program Team Leader, and also all the other colleagues of the SHARE Program Consortium from the British Council, DAAD, and NUFIC. Good morning again to all, and thanks to the SHARE team and to the ASECRAN Secretariat for organizing this meeting. It's really nice to be in this room, the beautiful room. Darren, you just explained that the program started 7 years ago. Right here, I wasn't here, I only spent, I've been here for a bit more than 1 year, getting involved in the program, so a relatively short time for me, but it's a very exciting phase as we are looking, we want to see the results of the program, we want to reflect on what has been achieved, and it's an exciting time because we are looking ahead, we want to build on the experience of the SHARE program to reflect on our future cooperation on higher education with the ASEAN. So the program has been our flagship on cooperation on higher education over the last 7 years. We see it as a very successful program, and it's important to conclude it with proper attention to the results achieved, to support their dissemination, their sustainability, and to build on the program lessons to plan future cooperation. Therefore, I very much welcome this event and the broader series of events which mark the end of the program. Just 2 weeks ago, SHARE organized a conference to present results on qualifications framework, for example, also the results of recent research work on students' mobility contribution to graduate employability in the ASEAN. Today, we celebrate the official closing event. Very importantly, next week, the program also co-organizes a high-level event we host in Brussels on people-to-people cooperation on higher education. This is back-to-back with the EU-ASEAN Summit, where all our leaders will meet, and this shows the importance we give to cooperation on higher education with the ASEAN. So there's a lot to say after 7 years of implementation of the program, and I think, Darren, you already gave a very comprehensive presentation of these results. If I can just add very shortly, I would say on the EU side, we very much welcome the bridges which the SHARE program has built between the EU and the ASEAN, establishing linkages with other initiatives such as Erasmus+, and supporting students to be able to study in the ASEAN and in European universities, as the Ambassador Igor Driesman emphasized. Of course, this is important for us as results of the program. It's also very much in line with our renewed cooperation framework, in particular the Global Gateway, EU strategy for investment in infrastructure development around the world, This strategy aims to support connectivity in several areas, including people-to-people connectivity, and it gives us a strong direction to reinforce exchanges between students, higher education institutions, and research organizations from the EU and from the ASEAN region. Let me now say a few words about our plans ahead, how we envisage future cooperation. Of course, in line with this strategy, which I just mentioned, we want to reinforce exchanges and build on the experience of SHARE to design future cooperation on higher education. We are currently preparing a new package of projects as part of broader efforts to develop a Team Europe initiative on sustainable connectivity, combining EU programs, but also actions from several member states, in particular Germany, Italy, France, and the European Investment Bank. It aims to address higher education, but also cooperation in other areas like trade and sustainable value chains, digitalization, transport, as well as energy. We envisage the people-to-people priority to combine actions on higher education, technical and vocational education and training, TVET, as well as research. And at the same time, we want to contribute to cross-cutting, overarching objectives like gender equality, as well as the digital and the green transition. Let me highlight a few aspects of the planned support. On students' mobility, we envisage that the new program will continue to provide capacity building to ASEAN structures and to higher education institutions to upscale mobility for students and academicians. It will facilitate exchange and degree mobility through the provision of scholarships. We expect that the program will also support EU-ASEAN cross-regional university networks to foster research collaboration, university partnerships, and technological connectivity. On TVET, we plan support to the ASEAN regional network of vocational education institutions and businesses. This will include capacity building to vocational education institutions to improve curricula, teacher training, and school management, again with a focus on green transition and digitalization. A key objective will be to facilitate engagement with the private sector in order to improve graduate employability. These proposals are designed to be fully in line with our respective frameworks. Of course, the roadmap on the ASEAN higher education space 2025, which was already mentioned, also the Global Gateway, and the new Youth Action Plan in EU External Action, a new EU policy strategy which promotes close engagement with the youth, with students and alumni in the planning and in the implementation of our cooperation. These proposals are the results of close consultations with the ASEAN Secretariat, as well as partners of the SHARE Consortium. These are only indicative at this stage. We are in the process of seeking a formal approval internally to be able to launch the program. But I think there's, again, building on the experience of SHARE, our respective policy frameworks, there is a lot of support on the EU side to be able to continue this cooperation. To move forward, we want to further organize consultations, notably with the ASEAN Secretariat, the SHARE focal points of the senior officials meeting on education, the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, and all other relevant stakeholders. Our ambition is to be able to start the new program towards the middle of next year. We are looking forward to hearing your suggestions, and I thank you in advance for your participation in the next steps of the project design. To conclude, I want to congratulate the SHARE team and all the key stakeholders in ASEAN member states and at the ASEAN Secretariat for the achievement and the successes of the implementation of the SHARE program. So thanks again, and I wish you all an insightful and productive session today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pratibha Porthavang. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the second remark from Director, Human Development Directorate, ASEAN Secretariat, representing the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, OGM 2025. Ms. Rodora T. Babaran, the stage is yours.
A very good morning, everyone. So before I start, I would like to thank His Excellency Ekapab Vantabong, our DSG for ASCC, and His Excellency Ambassador Igor Drismans, the EU Ambassador to ASEAN, for sharing with us their congratulatory remarks. I feel very much honored because throughout the 7 years of SHARE existence, we have been part and we have been strong partners in its implementation. So it is a proud moment for us, although quite sad because we're closing the program, but it is still a proud moment to celebrate all the achievements. We'd also like to thank Mr. Darren McDermott, the SHARE team leader, and of course the SHARE Consortium, SHARE experts who have been part of the journey for making all these achievements possible over the last 7 years. We'd like to thank Mr. Thibaut Portavan, the Head of Cooperation EU Delegation to ASEAN, for sharing wonderful remarks just before I did. And of course, to all our OGM members, partners, and other organizations who have been part of the journey. I think the congratulations must be extended to every one of us, to all of you, for making all these things possible. I still clearly remember the first time that the SHARE program held its policy dialogue back-to-back with the launching of the SHARE program 7 years ago. It feels like it was just yesterday. It's as if I just blinked. But then, we realized that it's been 7 years. So many things have been accomplished. Back then, we were just expressing our ambitions, looking up to the model that the EU has developed for so many years, so many decades on its Erasmus program. And now here we are celebrating what we have collectively accomplished. We're not at that level yet of the EU, but we're quite confident that many of our challenges back then have been addressed, and we have created building blocks towards our shared ambition. And we have built bridges. At that time, 7 years ago, the major challenge was bringing all the stakeholders together because there were so many initiatives happening, carried out by many different partners, and it was quite difficult to bring them together. So at the time, the big challenge for the SHARE team was to, bring all these actors together and let's discuss on how we move forward as a region. Anyway, so the launch of the SHARE program 7 years ago happened alongside many key milestones for ASEAN as a region. That was the launch of the ASEAN community in 2015. We also adopted at the time the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education. So it was a time of so much excitement, potential, and promises. So it's very timely that the SHARE program was launched at the time because it boosted our energies to contribute to ASEAN community building. Therefore, I would like to commend the remarkable success of the EU SHARE and the key milestones achieved, including, over the last 7 years, 15 policy dialogues, 29 publications, 590 scholarships within the region and to the EU institutions, 1,395 online scholarships provided, and over 6,000 people benefited from various activities, such as policy dialogues, training, conferences, and forum. I think SHARE has clearly demonstrated translating challenges into opportunities. Of course, there was so much buzz already going on about digitalization, but at the time of the pandemic, when we thought all of us will be held back by the pandemic, the SHARE was able to shift gears, be agile and nimble in translating these challenges into opportunities because the digitalization has been accelerated and the SHARE program has accordingly adjusted and adapted and even came out with accomplishments along this area. So we would like to express our appreciation to all the SHARE Consortium consisting of British Council, the Germany Academic Exchange Service, or DAAD, European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, or ENQA, NUFIC, European University Association, or EUA. At this point, let me also acknowledge the need to sustain the gains and the successes of the program and highlight the crucial importance of transfer of ownership of program results to ASEAN entities within a sustainable ASEAN-led structures and processes. So while we have brought all the actors together, it's important that we maintain centrality on how we push these things forward. And therefore, it's important that we do this in a sustainable manner through ASEAN leadership and processes as well. We'd like to underscore the social and economic implications of not having a common higher education space. It's an opportunity cost if we don't do this, if we don't sustain. And therefore, it's important for us to that the shared achievements be continued and expanded to advance the ASEAN's agenda of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. Therefore, we recognize the SHARE program's valuable contribution in this area through the different results that I have just mentioned earlier. Let me also just highlight that common quality assurance and qualifications frameworks are the backbone of regional higher education harmonization. In this regard, ASEAN appreciates the SHARE's significant contribution in this field. The capacity building initiatives, especially at the national level, the lessons learned and results of research studies conducted are certainly useful in addressing the challenges in mutual recognition and intra-ASEAN student mobility. I'd like to highlight further that understanding the ongoing harmonization and internationalization of higher education in ASEAN also requires understanding the role of key regional organizations involved in the process, such as the ASEAN, ASEAN University Network, and the CMEO-RIHED. In this regard, the establishment of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, in which ASEAN member states and these regional organizations sit as members, further enhances synergy and collaboration in the region. I think through the SHARE program, we have raised the bar of cooperation and partnership in higher education in ASEAN. And moving forward, let me reiterate the important role that OGEM will have to play in guiding the direction of harmonization and internationalization of higher education. In this regard, I'm also pleased to inform that, as mentioned earlier by our DSG, we are embarking on an ASEAN and CMEO joint declaration on a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. This idea came about and supported by the OGEM members during the launch of the roadmap on ASEAN higher education space in Hanoi in July this year. This joint declaration recognizes common higher education space as one of the catalysts in accelerating education, economic, political, and sociocultural agenda in the region. It is aimed at enhancing academic mobility, strengthening solidarity of the ASEAN community through in-person mobility of students, scholars, and lifelong learners, and fostering sustainable internationalization and increasing visibility of ASEAN and CMEO globally through stronger partnerships and shared leadership. I think through this joint declaration, we will be more outward-looking and forward-looking at the same time. Let me then recall that within the ASEAN community building, human resources development remains a driving force of economic development. However, the recent decade has seen significant challenges to ASEAN human resource development, such as the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the changing world of work, and more recently, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. Socioeconomic, cultural shifts have also occurred with the acceleration of information and communication technology and the digitalization of the world, including in this region. We are also pleased to share that ASEAN has been committed and proactively spearheading regional initiatives to address these challenges and implement the ASEAN Declaration on Human Resources Development and its roadmap. The adoption of the Declaration on Digital Transformation of Education Systems in ASEAN by the leaders at the 40th and 41st ASEAN Summits in November this year articulated the leaders' political will and commitment to ensure that the people of ASEAN have the skills and competencies to participate and contribute to a digital ASEAN. This newly adopted declaration would certainly benefit the higher education sector in terms of facilitating greater people-to-people connectivity and knowledge transfer across ASEAN. Let me then now reiterate that education is fundamental to the region's post-pandemic recovery, and partnerships remain key in ensuring that gains and successes in any education endeavors are sustained and expanded with impactful results. I therefore encourage continued discussion on ways forward and possible future EU-ASEAN cooperation on higher education. In particular, the ongoing discussion on sustainable connectivity, which includes people-to-people connectivity in the areas of education and research. Let me close by expressing our hope that the OGM and partners will continue their strong commitment and support in continuing the successes of the SHARE program and in advancing the higher education agenda in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodorati Babaran, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, all respected guests, now before we move on to the next session, we are about to show on screen a video of the SHARE program journey. Enjoy the video.
SHARE is an EU-funded project with an overarching objective to strengthen regional cooperation, enhance the quality, competitiveness, and internationalization of ASEAN higher education institutions and students, contributing to an ASEAN community. The SHARE program has enhanced cooperation between the EU and ASEAN to create a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. SHARE assisted ASEAN in developing the higher education components of the ASEAN Education Work Plan 2021-2025. Based in Jakarta, Indonesia, SHARE has been implemented since 2015 in collaboration with the European Union delegation, the ASEAN Secretariat, and regional higher education partners in Southeast Asia. In the extension phase between 2021 and 2022, a consortium led by the British Council and comprising the German Academic Exchange Service, or DAAD, the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, or ENQA, and NUFIC, has worked with regional counterparts to implement the SHARE program. Higher education has always been at the heart of the EU-ASEAN partnership. As EU higher education flagship program, SHARE contributes to the people-to-people connectivity between our two diverse regions and to student mobility within ASEAN. SHARE was actively involved in establishing the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, or the AUGM, under the ASEAN Secretariat. SHARE initiated the creation of the ASEAN Higher Education Harmonization Community of Practice. SHARE assisted the AUGM in developing their roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and its implementation plan. The roadmap was officially launched during SHARE Policy Dialogue 15 on July 27th in Hanoi, Vietnam. SHARE has assisted ASEAN on the policy level by engaging key ASEAN stakeholders in policy dialogues to support cohesion in regional higher education. Throughout its implementation, SHARE has organized 15 policy dialogues, bringing together stakeholders for discussions within the scope of the higher education sector in Southeast Asia. SHARE has contributed to capacity building for ASEAN higher education stakeholders in the field of quality assurance, or QA, external quality assurance agencies, EQAAs, and other public authorities in the field of QA, higher education institutions, and their academic communities. SHARE has strengthened the further development of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Framework, or AQAF, by combining European and ASEAN expertise. One of SHARE's most visible components is the scholarship program for ASEAN EU and intra-ASEAN student mobility. In the extension phase, due to the restrictions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, SHARE adapted its student scholarship to incorporate virtual exchange, or VE, and collaborative online international learning, or COIL. SHARE has also built two digital platforms, which are the ASEAN Virtual Exchange and COIL, or AVEC portal, to support the digitalization of intra-ASEAN VE COIL and the Digital ASEAN EU Credit Transfer System, or the DACTS platform, to support the credit transfer and issuance of credentials for VE COIL and Physical Mobility Program.
Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, the SHARE program is coming to an end on the 27th December 2022, but the SHARE program results will not end where the program ends. They will be carried forward by the capable hands of ASEAN and partners in the region. And today, we are here to see the official ceremony of handing over our program results to ASEAN and partners. So the first session, we are inviting to come on stage Mr. Darren McDermott, a SHARE program team leader, together with Mr. Thibaut Portavang, Head of Cooperation EU Delegation to ASEAN, to officially handing the SHARE program results to Ms. Rodora T. Babaran as Director, Human Development Directorate, ASEAN Secretariat representing the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, OGM 2025, together with Mr. Philip Masterson as Senior Program Officer, CMEO RIHED. And also we're inviting His Excellency Ambassador Toru Morikawa, Executive Director, the Asia Europe Foundation, ASAP, to also join on stage. And we are inviting our distinguished guests on stage. If it's okay with you, if you don't mind to take your mask off during the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, we can give a round of applause. And please stay on stage as we are moving forward to the second session, and we are inviting to join on stage Mr. Samar Shah, a SHARE Senior Responsible Owner and Country Director, British Council Indonesia. Mr. Sebastian Gries, a SHARE Program Manager for DAAD. Mr. Peter Van Tuyl, a SHARE Program Director for NUFIC and Director NUFIC NESO Indonesia. Dr. Roger Chow Jr., Assistant Director, Head Education, Youth and Sports Division, the ASEAN Secretariat. Professor Dr. Hairul Saleh Muhammad Sahari, as representing President of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, AQAN. Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Quality Assurance, Malaysia Qualifications Agency, MQA. And Dr. Baiduri Widanarko, as Chair of the AUNX Secretariat. Dr. Baiduri Widanarko, if you don't mind, would you please move to the left side? Mr. Sebastian Gries and Dr. Baiduri Widanarko, I hope you don't mind to change your position, to switch your position. Thank you very much. And also Professor Hairul Saleh, would you please move next to Wesley? Thank you so much. Apologies in advance for this arrangement. So we have the EU and ASEAN arrangements. Thank you so much. We can also have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now we would like to take one last photo session. Please stay on stage, and we're inviting to join on stage Miss Uni Prayuti, Share Program Manager for British Council. Mr. Arif Maulana, Share Program Manager for NUFIC. And Mr. Wesley Teeter, Senior Consultant for Educational Innovation and Skills Development, Asian Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, UNESCO, Bangkok. And if it's okay with you, if you don't mind to take your mask off during this photo session. On my count, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much once again. Let's give another big round of applause. Our distinguished guest, you may return to your seat. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You may now return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, and of course, all those who are joining us virtually. Before we proceed to the next presentations and discussion, we're going to have a break time, and we have served coffee and tea break in the foyer area on mezzanine floor. And we are going to resume our event in 30 minutes time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume our activities at 10:30. We have served coffee, tea, and snacks break in the foyer area on mezzanine floor. You're welcome to enjoy our coffee break in 30 minutes, and we're going to resume our activities at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
thing that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess Share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
For me, Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that Share somehow contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian and American friends from different states, villages and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
In our comfort zone, we are happy with what we do, and it's good to be exposed to other things.
Build one competency on top of each other without having to decide a complex competency all in one go.
Developments and impact of micro-credentials go beyond national context, contributes to the regional context, so that we can work together across regions and hopefully make it operationalized across the world.
Micro-credential program is a complementary part to regular on-campus learning and serve to fill the gaps in the skills provided in college with those required in the world of work and industry.
Life is what happens to you while you're busy making plans. Now, if you transfer this to the topic of micro-credential or higher education, it's basically don't talk too much about them, do it.
The SHARE program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together a variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors, in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Allowed me to extend my appreciation to the SHARE program and its partners for organizing the Policy Dialogue number 15.
The EU delegation to ASEAN is delighted to witness another milestone in the development of the higher education sector in ASEAN, that is the launch of the roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025.
Well, the SHARE program, which started in 2015, is the most comprehensive support and initiative on higher education in the Southeast Asian region.
Many months of preparation, I would say, with many different partners, many different actors, contributors, panelists, our local team here in Hanoi.
With the SHARE program coming in, putting significant efforts to build capacity, promote higher education's role in the region.
As you know, the higher education landscape is facing rapid change. And we have an urgent need to redefine the common space in Southeast Asian higher education. The roadmap that was launched today and the corresponding implementation plan provides a really important opportunity to strengthen the partnerships in higher education that we have.
We need to transform. We need a new vision to kind of re-energize our commitment at this point before we get to 2030. So I think this near-term commitment to 2025 is really going to accelerate the need for collaboration and really build forward new solutions for higher education.
What the roadmap does through the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility is bring some cohesion, bring some consensus, and bring a more collective approach on how we approach higher education, international higher education in this region together.
The EU partners have been a big part of bringing everyone to the table, but ultimately it's the member states that are going to have to decide which parts of this agenda do they want to pick up and implement and carry forward in terms of governance.
And always I receive the request that university leaders or top managers, they would like to participate or hear something like we are doing at the SHARE Policy Dialogue.
I would say that SHARE scholarship is a flagship scholarship.
I think it's a great program for people who want to experience a new culture and also want to learn something new in a new country.
Our students can share their experiences in learning.
We can actually make a lot of friends, learn a lot of knowledge, and it all can happen simultaneously within our home.
In the next policy dialogue, we are likely to see Simia Raihead taking the lead and gathering together the partners in the region.
The world has changed, and we are now living in a very much digital space, and digital transformation has changed the way we live, and digital connectivity needs to be addressed and utilized to promote the development of a stronger, sustainable and peaceful global community.
My name is Peter van Tuyl. Well, I think it is a truly important event.
The summit here this week is the great opportunity for the students or the so-called alumni of so many scholarship programs and so many cross-border collaboration to meet and to share their ideas, concerns, and the future prospect of the collaboration between Southeast Asia or ASEAN region and the European Union.
Great opportunity for young people from different parts of the world
to come together. It's a connective space. It's an inspirational space as well. It's also a platform, you know, for learning, cross-pollination of ideas and exchanges.
And for me, it was an extremely positive experience because even though I was invited as a speaker, I'm still just a student. So for me, it might sometimes be a bit intimidating to meet all those people who have like tons of expertise, who have like really prestigious positions. But everybody here is so open. Like, I really get the feeling that they value the opinions of students, and it's very easy for us to like get opportunities to share our opinion. And so that, in my opinion, it created an amazing dialogue, to be honest. Like the way everybody's just getting inspired by each other. That was a very, very positive opinion, not just for me, but I've heard it from all the other people as well. So yeah, we appreciate that a lot.
I think it's long overdue. Really waited for this day for a very long time. Naturally, the pandemic didn't go away as quickly as we would have liked it to. It's important to take the opportunity to gather our current students, be it through virtual exchange or our past students and our physical exchange alumni.
The summit here is very intriguing for me. I think it's a very good opportunity for the alumni from ASEAN and European countries, because we've got to learn the digital transformation. Since you guys already know that COVID-19 outbreak has changes a lot of our lives, it would be very privileged and try to uphold to see the ASEAN and EU student and alumni network maybe in the future.
That I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess SHARE not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the ASEAN countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
Exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
SHARE is like a jumping platform for us. to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
During Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian and American friends from different states, villages and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
Sit in our comfort zone, we are happy with what we do, and it's good to be exposed to other things.
Build one competency on top of each other without having to decide a complex competency all in one go.
Developments and impact of micro-credentials go beyond national context, contributes to the regional context, so that we can work together across regions and hopefully make it operationalized across the world.
Micro-credential program is a complementary part to regular on-campus learning and serve to fill the gaps in the skills provided in college with those required in the world of work and industry.
Life is what happens to you while you're busy making plans. Now, if you transfer this to the topic of micro-credential or higher education, it's basically don't talk too much about them, do it.
Micro-credentials!
The SHARE program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss
Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, we're going to resume our event at 10:30 sharp. So we are inviting everyone to come back inside the room. And for those of you who are joining us virtually, you can get back to standby and resume our event shortly. Thank you.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors, in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are inviting everyone to come inside the ASEAN Hall as we are about to resume our activities. Once again, we're inviting everyone to come join us once again inside the ASEAN Hall as we're about to resume our activities. Thank you.
The ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025.
Well, the SHARE program, which started in 2015, is the most comprehensive support and initiative on higher education in the Southeast Asian region.
Many months of preparation, I would say, with many different partners, many different actors, contributors, panelists, our local team here in Hanoi.
With the SHARE program coming in, putting significant efforts to build capacity, promote higher education's role in the region.
As you know, the higher education landscape is facing rapid change, and we have an urgent need to redefine the common space in Southeast Asian higher education. The roadmap that was launched today and the corresponding implementation plan provides a really important opportunity to strengthen the partnerships in higher education that we have.
We need to transform. We need a new vision to kind of re-energize our commitment at this point before we get to 2030. So I think this near-term commitment to 2025 is really going to accelerate the need for collaboration and really build forward new solutions for higher education.
What the roadmap does through the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility is bring some cohesion, bring some consensus, and bring a more collective approach on how we approach higher education, international higher education in this region together.
The EU partners have been a big part of bringing everyone to the table, but ultimately it's the member states that are going to have to decide which parts of this agenda do they want to pick up and implement and carry forward in terms of governance.
And always I receive the request that university leaders or top managers, they would like to participate or hear something like we are doing at the Share Policy Dialogue.
I would say that Share Scholarship is a flagship scholarship.
I think it's a great program for people who want to experience a new culture and also want to learn something new in a new country.
Our students can share their experiences in learning.
We can actually make a lot of friends, learn a lot of knowledge, and it all can happen simultaneously within our home.
In the next policy dialogue, we are likely to see Simeo Raihead taking the lead and gathering together the partners in the region.
The world has changed, and we are now living in a very much digital space, and digital transformation has changed the way we live, and digital connectivity needs to be addressed and utilized to promote the development of a stronger, sustainable and peaceful global community.
My name is Peter van Tuyl. Well, I think it is a truly important event.
The summit here this week is the great opportunity for the students or the so-called alumni of so many scholarship programs and so many cross-border collaboration to meet and to share their ideas, concerns and the future prospect of the collaboration between Southeast Asia or ASEAN region and the European Union.
Great opportunity for young people from different parts of the world to come together. It's a connective space. It's an inspirational space as well. It's also a platform, for learning, cross-pollination of ideas and exchanges.
And for me, it was an extremely positive experience because even though I was invited as a speaker, I'm still just a student. So for me, it might sometimes be a bit intimidating to meet all those people who have tons of expertise, who have really prestigious positions. But everybody here is so open. I really get the feeling that they value the opinions of students, and it's very easy for us to like get opportunities to share our opinion, and so that, in my opinion, it created an amazing.
Our respected guests, as we're about to start, you may kindly have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, we are back. We hope you enjoy our refreshments and be ready for our next session. Now it is my pleasure to invite our first speaker with the topic of research study on the state of higher education in the ASEAN member states and Southeast Asia. So without further ado, please welcome on stage Research Lead Dr. Miguel Lim, and please our session chair and moderator, Assistant Director, Head Education, Youth and Sports Division, the ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Roger Chow Jr.
Just to check if the slides are ready and I can begin. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a diplomat, so I don't know how to address all of the eminent persons in the room, but I would like to thank you all, obviously for the support to the ASEAN region, and obviously to ASEAN colleagues for these initiatives to improve higher education in our region, both as a Filipino who carried out his higher education studies, his first degree in the region, and as I was telling some colleagues who had researched higher education relations between EU and the ASEAN region 13 or 14 years ago. I was trying to check, right? It's a great honor and pleasure to be back in Southeast Asia, presenting work at the ASEAN Secretariat on the state of higher education in Southeast Asia. Of course, great thanks to the SHARE program for supporting this research. And as we will see, not only this study, but many, many other studies that have contributed to the knowledge about ASEAN higher education. A significant amount of the research in our region has been supported by SHARE. So to begin, this is a research presentation, so I really invite engagement with the ideas that we are presenting. However, we also have at the heart of this presentation a desire to contribute to the next stages of policy making for our region and the idea of implementing the steps towards this common ASEAN higher education space. We'll talk a little bit about these sections for this particular presentation. This is, in a way, a very traditional academic format. We'll talk briefly about the background of the study, the objectives, the methodology, the findings, and ultimately the recommendations. Really, the knowledge about ASEAN higher education in the literature is quite sparse. So UNESCO, we have a representative from UNESCO here, and Simeo Raihead as well, of course, are key players in the region, but their last systemic research and review of the state of play in the region was in 2006, and this is the last focused report, which means there is a great need to update this knowledge and to understand the current and future challenges that higher education in our region faces. There was, of course, a more recent study by the ADB, Higher Education Across Asia. This was in 2011, which did highlight important issues for our region, but it was not focused on ASEAN. And even then, it has been 11, 12 years since this report. So there is, I think, a great need for new knowledge and new research. So our study team was composed of a cross-ASEAN team from Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines, working in Asia and in ASEAN, to examine recent developments, planned initiatives, and key issues, to think about and review the challenges and opportunities identified in academic and policy papers and literature, and to highlight issues and themes that need to be further addressed by our policymakers. Well, these are just the methods, so if you want to talk methods with me, we can speak a bit more later. Perhaps what I will say is that in our systematic review of academic literature, using the Scopus database, which is one of the most respected academic databases, as well as the policy literature, we had identified 275 relevant academic articles about ASEAN and its higher education sector, and 122 reports. Of course, in these figures, we had to narrow down further to the reports that really contained the most relevant knowledge for our study. And for instance, in the case of the reports, 20 of these reports were really relevant to the research question at hand, identifying that the trends and the state of play in our region. We can all be grateful for EU-Share that half of these reports were commissioned or supported by EU-Share, the same as UNESCO, ADB, ASEF, and the British Council combined. So again, thank you very much, Share, to the from the research community for supporting this work. What did we find in this review? It was from literature in 2007 to 2022, the latest available literature. So we found 5 important themes which arise in the literature and which are also linked to the policy goals of our regional policymakers. These are equity, diversity, and inclusion, or EDI, the relevance to the changing world of work, so employability, another study which was supported by Share. The third and fourth themes are interlinked, internationalization and regionalization. And finally, there was, of course, within the literature, a broad theme on restructuring and reforms of our higher education system. And it is within this 5th theme where we see the emerging theme of sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals in the 5th theme. On equity, diversity, and inclusion, I think what we must celebrate in the region is that, if you see 1980, this graph starts in 1980, there's been a much, much greater participation in higher education in our region. So from about 7% in 1980, more than a third of the people in our region, in the ASEAN region, now participate in higher education. And that is really a great achievement. However, that hides great variations and inequality, because this figure, 35%, masks a difference in, say, the participation rates from 93%, or almost universal access to higher education in Singapore, to 13% in Cambodia and Laos. And so this is really a challenge for our region, as well as an opportunity. Another challenge is really that social background or socio-economic resources continues to determine educational access. We know this is not a surprise, however, the data really gives us these hard realities to face, that many in our region are not able to access higher education because they are poor. So increased resources, both for access and later on really for the training that is needed for the industries of the future, as well as to build intra-regional ties, will rely on increased funding. Well, just to say as well that access does not mean completion. So after access, socioeconomic factors again affect completion rates. So it requires some resources to access higher education and to complete higher education. Another aspect of diversity and inclusion is gender, and a really important one. Of course, we know that, well, there has been a great movement and a shift in a way. There has been an increase in the number of women in higher education. This is less reflected, however, in the leadership of our higher education institutions. And at a British Council Going Global event last week, we had a panel dedicated solely to this issue, women leadership in higher education, led by the CIMIO director, Romyan Kosaikanot. But again, the problem in our region is complex and not entirely straightforward. If you look at this graph or this visual from Thailand, what you will see, the first line here is showing the difference in access to higher education by gender among Thai persons aged 18 to 22. And what you will see here is that there are more females than males that access higher education in Thailand. So 33 to 24%. And when you expand this to the entire Thai population, 49% of women had or has access to higher or participated in higher education, compared to 35% for men. So 15% difference. So that is a different picture. So the picture is just complex. Gender diversity in our region doesn't just mean only about more access for women. So our problem in our region is more complex. But, as I mentioned earlier, the situation of women leaders in higher education in Thailand, of course, unfortunately, does not represent the equality that we would like to have given these trends. This is a figure that I'd already spoken of. It basically says that, well, there are lower rates of employment in some countries rather than others. And in some cases, new players are emerging to enable access to the higher education sector. So this graph shows the growing role of private education providers, so private universities. And we can see that in Cambodia, almost 70%, Indonesia in 2018, almost 60%, and in the Philippines, more than half of all students at universities go to private universities. And again, there are issues regarding socioeconomic class with regard to this access to private universities, as well as access to the world of work. Distance and online learning, and we have experts on that topic here with us today, have really risen and grown as a cost-effective measure to expand access to higher education. So these are among the things that appear in our report that were unavailable in the 2011 and 2006 report, and which is an extremely important reality and opportunity for our policymakers moving forward. So COVID-19, of course, had terrible consequences, but has really opened up many possibilities for expanding access through virtual platforms and online platforms for higher education. However, there is still a great discrepancy in access to this digital infrastructure in our region. Less than 40% of the population from Myanmar and Vietnam have access to stable internet connections, whereas more than 80% of the populations of Singapore, Brunei, and Malaysia enjoy this, again, affecting the access to these new and expanded forms of higher education. So for this first theme, the challenges really include, well, all of the things that I'd mentioned today, and unfortunately, the realities are running faster than our policymakers' ability to understand all of the new emerging challenges on the ground. So there's limited understanding of which are the equity target groups when we surveyed national policies, right? So there are few, not as many strategic and dedicated policies on equity, diversity, and inclusion. And the expansion of higher education access in our region has also led to an unwanted consequence of a decline in resources per person. So as from 7 to 35% of persons in our region access higher education, the resource per person has decreased with an effect on educational and instructional quality. This is a challenge. However, there is also a great opportunity. We have many persons still who will be able to participate in high-value knowledge economy industries. There is still a great amount of skills upgrading that is possible, and there are a wide variety of subgroups who don't have access, equitable access to higher education, who can be targeted by future policymaking to improve both access and completion. So what is a problem is also really a great opportunity for our region. The next theme, which is the relevance of our higher education sector to the world of work. What we can see here is really our demographic challenge ahead. Southeast Asia has enjoyed incredible economic growth in the past years, but in some part, this has been due to the entry into our economies of young, hardworking, and diligent young persons. This graph shows our working age population, 15 to 64. And as you can see, like some other regions in the world, it has begun to decline, which means that although these trends take time to play out, ASEAN countries and policymakers need to think carefully about moving to higher value industries and upskilling their populations and workforces to address the challenge ahead. This, of course, has been identified not just by ourselves, but the policy literature, which has identified, for instance, both important existing trends and also future trends, including, well, the emergence of artificial intelligence and its effect on industries, of course, big data, increased role of robots in manufacturing and services, certain services, autonomous machines, including autonomous transport, 3D printing, among many other things. And we will need a highly skilled, higher education-related workforce to work in these industries and to continue development in these industries. Which is why it is good to see that among our community and our neighbors, there is an increasing proportion of graduates in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So as a social science researcher myself, I fight for the value of the social sciences. I think both social sciences and the STEM fields need to work together. But we need, of course, to have highly skilled STEM graduates and researchers. And the highest proportions in our region are in Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore, where over 35% of their graduates have degrees in STEM. COVID, of course, increased demand for workers with IT and ICT skills. highlighted the importance of digital literacy, both for employment as well as for an inclusive, equitable, and future-ready educational system. We'd already mentioned, though, that the challenges include digital infrastructure in some of the countries in our region, the CMLV countries, and adoption of digital modes of learning and also of, well, basically economic activity. We also know that apart from technology, our globalized ties to our trading partners and economic partners outside the region means that we need both cultural and language skills to be able to engage our partners, for instance, in the EU, as well as other important regional partners. And for this, we need language and business community, intercultural skills. However, the World Economic Forum survey found, not only in our region but elsewhere, that young people perceive lack of language skills and advanced digital skills as an obstacle to this. So the opportunities we have here are, of course, to incentivize, linked to the first theme, participation of more groups and more persons in higher education, and particularly in STEM. We need to think about really curriculum and instruction development, thinking about employability and these new industries. And as another one of our studies for the EU Share has shown, thinking about regional integration means more mobility for some of our graduates to understand how business is done in other ASEAN regions, to interconnect economies and to have successful business activities in other ASEAN countries. The third and fourth themes are about internationalization and regionalization. A paper by Khalid and others pointed out that in our region, we won't go through all of this, they'd identified only Singapore as the highly internationalized HE system in our region. 5 of the countries, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand, as medium internationalized or mid-internationalized countries, and the CMLV countries, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, as the low internationalized countries. So again, there is a range of internationalization in our region. We need to think about, well, the integration of our region, and with regard to equity, to make sure that no person and no country is left behind with respect to the trends of internationalization in our region. The parts of our region that do interact and cooperate with advanced university or leading research universities in other parts of the world will obviously produce more research output, develop more up-to-date curriculum, and so we must really be careful about that existing divide in our own region. There are 3 areas which we can look at. I won't go into too much detail in this. I think most of us are experts already in these fields. These include international student mobility, interregional collaboration between ASEAN and other partners, such as the EU Share, transnational higher education. And to dwell on this last point, it is also an encouraging development that Southeast Asia has become a hub for global or transnational higher education. Some of the countries in our region, including Singapore and Malaysia, have become hubs for global transnational higher education, and other countries such as Thailand and also Malaysia have become hubs for intra-regional mobility. And that is something that, well, we need to understand better and promote. Why? Because most of the students in our region who go abroad for an international higher education experience leave the ASEAN countries and leave Southeast Asia. As you can see on this chart, well, perhaps the figures are too small, the message here is that the vast majority of our young, bright, talented students study in Australia, Japan, and the United States. The UK is also top partner, but not in this top 3. So only 9.4% of ASEAN students who have an international higher education experience study within the region, which may be an obstacle to this intra-regional knowledge building, regional harmonization, and people-to-people ties within our region. So the challenges in internationalization include, well, data. I did speak about these data, well, these trends earlier. If you saw some of those slides, however, you would see some blank areas, where we unfortunately don't have as clear a data set. We need to monitor the quality as well as operations to improve T&E provision. We really need to fund international student scholarships, both, of course, to already traditional destination countries to increase knowledge transfer with those traditional regions, Australia, Japan, the US and others, but also within our own region. We need to be careful about the issues of brain drain and also consider the value of competence in foreign languages, English to help bind our region, but also other ASEAN languages. So very often, as I will discuss in our next theme, regionalization, knowledge of other ASEAN languages and cultures was identified as a value by the students who experienced this form of mobility. On this theme, regionalization, we identified 6 sub-themes. So it's a busy slide, I must admit. So let me run you through some of these areas. Many of this work have been collated, as I mentioned, from policy and academic literature promoted by the EU SHARE project over the last 7 years, and also, of course, the policy initiatives of the ASEAN Secretariat. So in terms of regionalization of higher education, we have the themes of fostering regional identity, the harmonization of higher education. I was told that word is important in our region. Rombian Kosaikanot from Simiorai had said that the word harmonization rather than integration was important. We want to maintain the diversity in our region and the identities of our national HE systems while working in harmony with each other, rather than only having a single system, the same system in every country. There is, of course, and experts are in the room to speak about quality assurance between and among the systems in the region. Linked to that are credit transfer systems, intra-regional mobility. I and my team have contributed some of the knowledge in this space for students and their employment outcomes afterwards. However, we shouldn't forget as well mobility of teachers or lecturers and researchers, which we do not have much data about, unfortunately, at the moment. And finally, the sustainability of these regional initiatives and of what will hopefully be the ASEAN higher education common space. To go and view one of these themes, intra-regional mobility, so the mobility within our region, not from ASEAN to other countries, but ASEAN countries to other ASEAN countries. What I will stress here, unfortunately, is that we don't have data for the Philippines, Singapore, and Cambodia. We do use, of course, the UNESCO Institute of Statistics database, which is the best and most comparable data set. So we would encourage, of course, all policymakers to help us, and it will be a recommendation later, to really, lobby for better data collection and reporting among our national governments. But it is just to point out really the corridors, the higher education mobility corridors in our region. These are from Malaysia to Indonesia, which is the third largest. The CMLV, or particularly Cambodia and Cambodia and Myanmar to Thailand, and Laos to Vietnam. So there are mobility patterns within the CMLV region. And finally, the largest corridor is from Indonesia to Malaysia, right? So these are the areas of opportunity and of where we will have these people-to-people contacts, at least for the data that we have. Of course, I would love to see data from Cambodia, the Philippines, and Singapore to enrich this picture. But as I said, these are stepping stones to work upon. We know that these corridors exist, and we can build upon these corridors already. We are not starting from scratch. The challenges for regionalization are that, as mentioned earlier in the other themes, ASEAN member states are at different stages of development, of QA frameworks, of credit transfer systems, of offering programs in English to host students from other ASEAN countries. There is a diversity of development in these areas. There continues to be, in a way, a lack of consensus among existing crediting systems. And there is some work to be done in regional QA frameworks, which is why I think SHARE and its support for these areas is, in fact, a really important factor for our region. The opportunities basically link up to those challenges, which is that more funding could be allocated to increase these intra-ASEAN mobility streams, to think about teaching staff and researchers apart from mobility. That might have a larger effect if teachers move around and lecturers can offer, for instance, knowledge about, for instance, Singaporean knowledge on a particular topic, or Malaysian or Philippine knowledge in another country. So there might be a multiplier effect potentially by understanding the mobility as well of teaching staff and researchers. And well, finally, this is also linked to the equity, diversity, and inclusion theme, to investigate entrenched issues of privilege, inequality, and social justice outcomes in relation to internationalization and regionalization. While we want more of this to happen, it is, of course, the case that the benefits from increased international student mobility in the region benefit the few rather than the many in the first instance, and this is something to take care of. Finally, the systems restructuring and reforms can be grouped in 4 major sub-themes: privatization and decentralization, national quality assurance systems, education for sustainability and partnership. This is the emerging theme after the Sustainable Development Goals were launched, and it started to appear in the policy and academic literature in relation to ASEAN. And finally, curriculum design, teaching, and learning paradigms. So in privatization, we already saw the rise of the private sector in our higher education, in the higher education sectors in some of our countries. There is a move, not just in those countries highlighted earlier, but in other countries, towards these privatization and decentralization. There's a trend towards increased autonomy, and this will require or challenge certain government practices. So the governance of higher education systems will need to respond or perhaps adapt to these new realities. In some Southeast Asian countries, higher education systems are still quite centrally regulated and controlled. Of course, there are different contexts. Some of those are because the size of countries in our region are different, and centralized planning might make more sense. But I think this particular change will present a governance challenge and need for reform. With regard to QA systems, I'll only say briefly that because we have other QA experts in the room, that governmental independence of external quality assurance agencies in ASEAN is relatively scarce or only currently in transition to more independence. On the SDGs, so education for sustainability and partnership, I'm glad, of course, that ASEAN is the EU SHARE is supporting this research, but also to acknowledge the support of the Asia-Europe Foundation, which is funding one of the largest global projects covering 51 countries, including all the ASEAN countries, about the achievement of the SDGs in the higher education sector. Higher education plays an enormous role, and we know already from governments who have responded to our study, I am also the leader of that study, that higher education ministers in ASEAN and beyond think that the SDGs particularly relevant to higher education include SDG 4, education, of course, SDG 5, gender, 8, decent work, 9, industry and innovation, 10, reduced inequalities, and 13, climate action. Although, of course, as this slide shows, partnership, or SDG 17, will be required to achieve all of these goals. And finally, as I see that we're down to 0 minutes, I wanted to end just before a quick view of the recommendations on curriculum design, which places really the students at the, well, we wanted to clearly mention the importance of the students and emphasize their importance to our policymakers, that we need to think carefully about reforms that consider student-led education, student-focused learning, service learning, skills development, including English language proficiency, and also digital skills. So what to do? What forward? What are the next steps? We need to collect comprehensive and comparable data from our region. We need to promote digital literacy for inclusive, equitable, and future-ready higher education. We need to improve quality and uptake of STEM programs. We need to ensure relevance of curriculum and instruction, which includes work-based learning and internships. We need to pursue student, research, and teaching mobility programs. This leads us to 4 main recommendations, which are to balance the expansion of educational access with issues and policies that promote equity, diversity, and inclusion, to leverage ASEAN's growing economy, but to consider the digital economy and the parts of our countries and economies that will sustain post-pandemic growth, and to make the appropriate investments. To promote increased people-to-people connectivity, of course, through the physical intra-regional mobility, but also taking advantage of new modalities that online meetings and contact have allowed us since COVID, and to support, really, the systematic collection of data and research on higher education. There are more detailed elements here for policymakers and higher education institutions for each one of these recommendations, which I invite you to review on the SHARE website, where you can find the full text of this report. And it's just finally to say that considering the wider goal of ASEAN region building and community building, the demographic shift and challenge that our region faces, and that the harder steps it will take us to achieve better economic outputs and ultimately quality of life. Both the challenges and opportunities presented by the not 4th, but according to Roger, the 5th industrial age, perhaps he can tell us more about that, linked to these digital and new technologies, the challenge of sustainability, particularly embodied in the Sustainable Development Goals. Our report concludes that ASEAN higher education has an important role to play and stands to make a contribution, not just for our region, but for the world. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a brief overview of this particular report. Earlier this year, I was talking with Darren, and we're talking about how do we need something that frames where we are now in higher education in the region. Because the last, as mentioned earlier, the last report was in 2006, and even at 2011, we're talking about the broader Asia region. What happened was we wanted a report that not only looks back and frames where we are now, but comes out with thematic areas for future focus and initiatives. It is designed not only to show where the ASEAN and Southeast Asian region higher education is as of the last few months, but also where we are lacking in terms of initiatives. That's why it's a thematic report taking into consideration key issues and challenges, which was very well presented by Dr. Miguel Lim. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another one round of applause. Now, we have some time for question and answers. Let me ask the first question, since I don't see any questions yet. Considering the challenges of EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and increasingly different discussions on higher education for all, and looking back into the frames on the movement of education for all, would you think that enhancing participation through an education for all initiative at regional or global level would enhance EDI issues?
Hello, thank you so much, Roger, for that question. Well, the Education for All initiative, I think, is deeply linked to the EDI agenda and to SDG 4. As we know, the SDGs is about, well, first of all, that education is provided at primary and secondary level to all, and that there should be equal access to quality higher education. And that is really the innovation, in a way, of SDG 4. With regard to your point, well, I guess the simple answer is, of course, yes, right? Like EDI, expanding higher education participation rates is, in fact, at the heart of SDG 4 and ought to be pursued. Perhaps in other regions, there already begins to be a debate about whether the population is overeducated. I've worked, of course, I continue to collaborate with colleagues here in ASEAN, but also in Europe, where this debate has begun in political circles, whether there are too many persons who go to university. As I'd shown earlier, although there is variation in our region, only 35%, a little less than 35%, participate in higher education. And in most policy documents and strategies in other global regions, this is still relatively low. To use my own country as an example, the United Kingdom, in the early 90s, set a goal of at least half of the population to participate in higher education in anticipation of this service, high-value services and knowledge-based economy. And even industry, as we see now, is moving towards more skilled forms of industry. So an expansion of higher education, certainly from 35% upwards, and as we saw earlier, especially in countries where participation rates are lower than that, are important. However, what I will stress is that the unit of resource needs to increase to match the expansion in enrollment. So what we have seen is while participation rates have increased, the unit of resource, in other words, the investment, the support, the infrastructure for students when measured in monetary terms has decreased. So this is a challenge to have more persons in higher education, but to have less quality or less facilities for their training. So that would be my, to increase access, but to match that access with increased resources to achieve those better upskilling and skills formation.
Is there any questions from the floor? Anyone? Okay, please, Wesley.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lim. I thought that was just fascinating and really the powerful evidence base for the way forward. And I wonder if you could elaborate, if you have any insights on the connectivity piece. Our EU partners mentioned, that could be a future for the collaboration in the region. Can you tell us about the digital divide and what role you see for higher education going forward and the connectivity piece, if you have any insights based on the findings so far?
Are you speaking of the digital connectivity or the kind of like EU studies on, for instance, intra-regional connectivity via the student mobility programs that they have in the EU?
It's an interesting point on how does the EU interpret connectivity, these people-to-people connectivity issues. I think that's a good follow-up question. What specific dimensions do we want to emphasize on, and what strengths might we build on?
yeah. Well, Roger has already said that he has the answers to that question, so I'll be very brief, just to say that Roger has the answers. I mean, you can, of course, read our report to find out what the EU says. I mean, what I will say very briefly is that, so as I said, right, like, I mean, connectivity is not just about, I mean, it is about people, right? Like, it's people that you want to connect with other people, ultimately, right, like for these knowledge exchanges. But, I mean, it's facilitating that connection via digital infrastructure. So, for instance, we have colleagues here who do specialize in that, and there have been, COVID really represented like the biggest boost to that kind of connectivity between regions. Of course, those trends pre-existed COVID, but COVID has allowed for a wider acceptance of that, but, well, in wider society. But interestingly enough, even within higher education institutions, so higher education institutions can be more conservative, and COVID led to the adoption of connectivity-based approaches, technologies, and, well, collaborative approaches. Of course, there's SDG 17 that incentivizes them to do that as well. But over to Roger, who has the real answers, it seems.
Well, you covered it very well. There are developments between ASEAN and EU focusing on a post-shared development project which focuses on connectivity. And the focus is basically capacitating people, bridging people, and enhancing experience. And, you know, enhancing collaboration between the two regions. So I'll leave it at that because we're running out of time. But I would like to leave this panel with some words. At the Going Global conference, which was held last week, I highlighted the issue of inclusion that should be incorporated at all levels, from national governments, regional, global, all the way to faculty and even to the course delivery. Second, I highlighted the importance of forward-looking and being proactive, basically being innovative. We cannot afford to be business as usual, and we cannot afford to be lagging behind. I highlighted as well that economic structures has moved so much faster than social infrastructure. Higher education is a social infrastructure, not only in terms of the buildings or the systems, but as a whole. Essentially, I said that we are on Industrial Revolution 5. This is not my words. This came from the regional head of Microsoft, and he said this in 2017 during a KDI UNESCO event, which I participated as well. But I would like to add that we are probably in society, or at least higher education, 2 or 2.5. And we're changing and adapting so much slower than economics. So if we continue to be reactive, we will end up getting farther and farther behind. And there is a need to balance, because in any house, foundations need to be balanced. Otherwise, it will be skewed towards one end, and over time, the house will break apart. So for us to ensure peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous global community, which we are all a part of, take note, ASEAN community is also a part of the global community, and this is not only coming from me, it's part of ASEAN documents. As such, we need to make sure that the house is well kept and the foundations are strengthened. So this is what we're talking about, and this is the reason why this report was commissioned through EUShare and the British Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roger and Dr. Miguel, for sharing with us. But we still need you to stay on stage for handover the state of higher education in Southeast Asia. We're inviting to come on stage Mr. Samar Shah. The handover of the state of higher education in Southeast Asia, Mr. Samar Shah is Chair, Senior Responsible Owner and Country Director, British Council Indonesia. And Dr. Miguel Lim, Lead Researcher from University of Manchester, hand over to Dr. Roger Chow Jr., Assistant Director, Head, Education, Youth and Sports Division, the ASEAN Secretariat. This handover is symbolic of the research from the SHARE program to ASEAN. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Miguel, Dr. Roger, and Mr. Samarshia. You may now return to your seat and we can have another round of applause, please. And now we will wait for 1 minute as our team is setting up for the next session. After this, we will have our first panel discussion with an engaging topic of reflection on the SHARE program, implementation and contribution, or legacies, for the higher education sector. For our guests in this room, if you have any question, we can discuss your questions during the Q&A session right after our panelist presentation and discussion. And for all participants who are joining us online, you could also share or submit your questions using the chat feature or the chat box, and we will discuss your questions or concerns during the Q&A session. And now, without any further delay, get ready to greet and welcome on stage our panelists for this session. Assistant Director, Head, Education, Youth and Sports Division, the ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Roger Chow Jr. Senior Program Officer, CMEO Raihat, Mr. Philip Masterson. Senior Consultant for Educational Innovation and Skills Development, Asia and Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, UNESCO Bangkok, Mr. Wesley Teeter. Representing President of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, AKAN, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Quality Assurance, Malaysian Qualifications Agency, MQA, Professor Dr. Hairul Saleh Muhammad Sahari. Philippines SHARE Alumni, member of the Steering Committee of the Southeast Asian Student and Alumni Network, CSUN, Ms. Jesselyn Bon Ong Lim Yu. And to lead the sessions, I will hand over the session to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Chief Executive Officer of the HEAD Foundation, Dr. Chang Da-wan.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think the previous session has started by showcasing one of very important contribution of SHARE to the development of higher education in the region. That is the emphasis and the recognition of the need to focus on regionalization the shared common identity we have as a region of Southeast Asia. Now with me, 5 distinguished panelists who is going to share with us their reflections and potential contribution that the SHARE program has brought to the development of higher education in Southeast Asia for the last 7 years. I will not go further to reintroduce them. I think they have been introduced. I would suggest to start in a slightly different order that was how we were introduced. I would rather go and start with looking at listening from the contribution from the voice of the students, because they are ultimately the very reasons higher education should focus on. And with me today, Ms. Jesslyn Yu, all right, who is a shared alumni. Maybe I will let you start by sharing a little bit your reflection and what you see as the contribution of that share to the development of Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Shangda. Good morning, everyone. So, for me, the Share Mobility Program was a life-changing experience. I've said this multiple times, again. But today, I don't want to focus on the process of how I ended up in Share or the mobility program in itself, that 6 months. I want to focus on what Share gave us after the mobility, what they taught us, and what was different. After the mobility program, we were given opportunities for workshops, conferences. They gave us our ideas that we could actually be more opinionated. We could voice out our feedback, and we could stand as equals with policymakers as well as people in higher education institutions, things that we didn't realize maybe we could make a difference. And ultimately, throughout the years, we've made multiple student and alumni statements, which are posted on EU Share's webpage, multiple of them. And I just wanted to focus on the idea that we didn't actually have a leader during those moments. We had national chairpersons. So these national chairpersons are, we took the liberty of how we elect them, how we choose them, but they are not exactly our leaders. They are people who are key persons who help us communicate our ideas. They help us choose our representatives. We equally give each other opportunities to go to these events. And interestingly enough, all our statements seem to align towards certain objectives, 3 main objectives which were declared in Cambodia this year. We want people-to-people connectivity in our multicultural region. We want to strengthen and empower ASEAN identity and its awareness across higher education. We want students to have a voice, to be able to give feedback towards policymakers and other stakeholders. And most importantly, we also want to have an impact towards intra-ASEAN mobility within our region. And all these things, SHARE has given us the opportunity to realize we never thought we would go down this path, but here we are, and we're very thankful for that. So even if SHARE is ending as a program, we as the alumni wanted to live on with the younger generation, most especially the students. And so we have created what we call CSUN, the Southeast Asian Student and Alumni Network, in hopes that students will still be able to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesslyn. I think often we think that mobility is the sort of contribution that leads to the people-to-people connectivity. I think, but what you have shared is also very important, is the voice of the students and the platform of students coming together as a region in having a say in really the development of higher education. I think that is a very valuable input and contribution to the development in the right direction. All right. I'll come back to you shortly after one round. All right. I'll move on now to Professor Khairul, who is representing the president of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network. Professor Khairul, what's your thought and what's your reflection on the contribution of SHARE to especially the quality assurance community?
Thank you, Chanda. Basically, for us, AKAN, we have benefited a lot from this SHARE program. Through, number one, SHARE through DAAD and also through ANQUA has assisted us a lot, not only financially, but also expertise from the EU region to help us, number one, to develop our framework. So the ACAF, we have now the ASEAN Quality Assurance Framework, okay, consisting of 4 quadrants, okay, in which quadrants are important for, number one, for the quality assurance agencies. Sorry. Okay, so for the quality assurance agencies, because we know that in the end what we want to achieve is mobility, intra-ASEAN and with EU and all the other regions in the world. So having a benchmarked QA framework is very important. So having ACAF is the beginning of it. And at the moment we are following the model closely that is actually implemented in the European EU. So we have, for example, prior to this, we don't have any check and balance of the external quality assurance agencies, how they perform and things like that. So with ACAF, we have managed to do that. We start to do that, and we have also the support to do agency reviews. So we had the pilot in 2017. So we was started with 4 agencies at that time from from Indonesia. We had BANPITI, we had ONESCA from Thailand, we had PAASKU from Philippines, and MQA from Malaysia. And this year we had the second round, and at that time, the first round of agency review, we had the experts, the reviewers, balance between Europe and also from ASEAN, but it's being led by our European counterpart. So in this second round, which is the pilot, no longer pilot, agency review and also basically on consultation study, we had 6 agencies spanning from Indonesia, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia. So we had, and the team of reviewers are now being led by our ASEAN counterparts. So that is basically how knowledge transfer, and in terms of training, how we had these programs to actually help to train our reviewers, our manpower, and also the secretariat of AKAN themselves. So it has been a very fruitful program indeed, and we hope that with this review in place, and we will continue to actually talk with our sister network, which is ANQUA, because we have recently also signed an MOU with ANQUA in October. So we hope that this collaboration will continue for our future agency reviews as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Khairul, for that sharing. I mean, the development of quality assurance is one area that we cannot not pay attention to as we progress and develop in higher education, especially from an institutional point of view, right? Let's move on to Mr. Philip Masterson from Senior Program Officer at the CIMIO RIHET to share with us a little bit more about what is your thought. I know Philip has been in this for a very long time, so what are your thoughts, what are the reflections, and perhaps what are the contributions that has come out from this program?
Okay. Thank you, Chanda. I think if we go back to 2014, 2015, and especially as Rodora mentioned this morning, there was a sudden interest in higher education, and there were many actors in the region. This was a really interesting time. And I think if we look at the areas of SHARE, if we look at policy dialogue, I think, for CIMIO RIHET and our connection to policymakers, we were really pleased to partner for policy dialogue. When you look at the mobility aspect and credit transfer, there were actually a lot of efforts made to map out, okay, which institutions participate in the ASEAN University Network, which institutions participate in Simeo Raihat's AIMS program, what would be the institutions that should be covered under SHARE. So there were a lot of regional efforts and actors coming together. But maybe this was, let's call it Partnership 1.0. You know, it went forward from this, different actors were doing their different things. And then we had the experience of the pandemic. And we had disruption like we have not seen before. We know that we needed to transform, that higher education needed to transform. And I think, you know, with that in mind, actually, we started to work much more closely with ASEAN Secretariat, with Darren at EU Share. And I think there was a renewed sense for partnership, let's call it Partnership 2.0, where we started to get together and really look at policy dialogues as a platform for partners to work collectively to co-design and co-develop the program, to choose themes that are relevant, and to really promote what matters. So in PD14, it was partnerships in higher education. In PD15, it brought in the roadmap for ASEAN, but it also let us have a conversation about the common space in Southeast Asian higher education, something that Raihat has been working on for a long time. So I think, you know, Chanda, to answer your question, from what I see, it's not just individual contributions from result areas, but it's a cumulative effort that's been shaped by the disruptions and transformations that are happening to the world that are leading us to really do something that we have not done before, which is really have Raihat, ASEAN, Simeo and ASEAN together in a joint declaration to really say that this is a common space, that we might focus on these priorities, you have those priorities, but this is our vision. This is what we want to achieve to have a more sustainable future where we, you know, not only for learners, but for all, for lifelong learners. So I think that's how I would look at it.
Thank you, Philip. I think one important part of that Philip has not emphasized enough, perhaps he's keeping it for the next session, I think is also part of the contribution, I think, of that bigger discussion of partnership in the region as we begin to talk about one of the contribution of SHARE is the creation of the community of practices within the region, and that has now taken on and evolved into a different form of collaboration and partnership that Philip is probably going to share with us in the next session on the Raihat Share platform and some of the developments that has its legacy and very much rooted in the development of this program 7 years. I guess that is also an important contribution in partnership within the region. I'll now move to Dr. Roger Chow. Perhaps share with us a little bit your perspective, both from the ASEAN Secretariat, as well as I personally know you as someone who has been working on higher education in the region and with a very strong interest in regionalization. What are your thoughts about this, and what were the contributions and legacies?
Thank you very much, Changda. Well, taking from both perspectives, academic, as an expert in higher education policies, particularly in regionalization and internationalization, someone who's worked in the higher education development sector, and in my current role as head of education, youth, and sports. Looking back at 2015, although there were interests, the EU coming up with a package to support higher education, both capacity building, technical assistance, putting in resources, has been significant to get us from where we were in 2015 to where we are now in 2022. I am not saying that we have covered and fulfilled everything we need to do. That's why the report earlier was commissioned to guide us on what else we need to do. But you have to consider that the SHARE program has strengthened and well, not only strengthened, but established the foundations of higher education in the region. It established and strengthened key frameworks, ACAF. It has strengthened and shown as an example increasing mobility increase partnerships in policy dialogues and in initiatives on higher education, and brought together the broader higher education stakeholders beyond, beyond CMEO, CMEO-RIHED, and ASEAN. We're bringing, you see a lot of the partners here. Asia Europe Foundation has been working closely with us. HEAD Foundation has been working closely with us. And this is the things that is quite significant. Bringing stakeholders, students in particular. We need to bring in more participation from higher education institutions, management. But we will work on that. And as you can see, as discussed and presented by Ambassador Igor and T-Board earlier, there is continuing support and discussions on how to enhance ASEAN-EU higher education collaboration and initiatives. So getting the momentum on higher education developments and how to move it forward is a very significant, how do you call this, contribution to the region. And not only to the region, but the broader region and the global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Let's move on to our last panelist, Mr. Wesley Tetter, who is the Senior Consultant for Education, Innovation and Skills Development in the Asia Pacific Regional Bureau of Education in the UNESCO Bangkok. I mean, you have been following that development very much in the region, right? What's your thought, and what's your, where do you see the contribution and the legacies of the program from your perspective and also from the UNESCO perspective?
Thank you. You know, I asked to go last, and I think that was a mistake. You know, that was really not a good idea, because so many good things have been shared, and I feel like the best I can do is kind of amplify some of these messages, including from our earlier speakers, Madam Murdora, Dr. Lim. If you mix these ideas together, you get evidence-based policy. Where are we going? What kind of world do we agree on and want, to push forward towards? And I feel like, having started here in 2015, I keep thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals. And what was that ambitious agenda? What did we achieve in that period? And 3 words come to mind that I hope you leave with here today. The universal aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. Have we achieved that? In the back of the room, have we achieved it? Right? There's challenges, there's opportunities, but do you feel like we are universally inclusive in this process so far? There's always more to do, and that's the spirit of collaboration, the sense of urgency that I hope you feel as well. I think that's really an important point. The first word is universal. Opportunities and challenges that we need to work on together going forward. Transformative. Wow, what a difficult last few years. And truly, I feel like SHARE has embodied that transformation as it pivoted to virtual mobility programs in COIL. Really exciting work, and I think that will continue to propel the region into the future. So transformative. Have we done enough? Absolutely not, right? And that's a collective responsibility. UNESCO is also part of that challenge with you. The need to transform higher education is ongoing and it's urgent. And you're certainly part of that space for collaboration, which we can be proud of. And I think integrated. I know we mentioned harmonization earlier, but I think when we started in 2015, I mean, even to understand what each other were doing, to fill up your point, was very difficult. We started off with a basic mapping of who's in the room. So you can be very proud of the progress that SHARE has contributed towards in terms of this integration of our work plans, because that's going to really propel you going forward. So universal, transformative, and integrated, both challenges and opportunities.
Thank you, Wes. I think you have jumped the gun a little bit. That's supposed to be the second part of the discussion and the panel. I think it's always very interesting and very good for us to take stock and to reflect on what has been achieved over the last 7 years. Although the SHARE program is coming to a close, the development of higher education for Southeast Asia is not going to stop. It's going to enter into a new phase. It's going to enter into a phase we are all embracing it about. Perhaps I would like to go in a different order, in sort of as compensation to the difficulty that Wes has been put in earlier. Being the last speaker on the panelist is always difficult. What would be your thoughts in moving forward. We have seen we have recognized the contribution of the share for the last 7 years. We have seen what it has brought changes to the various aspects of higher education. Moving forward, what we need to do, or is there a wish list of what is the next sort of areas that we need to focus on? Maybe we'll start with Wes first, and then we go on the opposite direction.
Again, the challenge. That's a lot to think about. I wanted to, really push for this word around action. That I wanted you to leave with a sense of it's time for action. I'm a big fan of the policy dialogue and being inclusive, but I think people want to feel this sense of how does that improve my life? How does that improve my university? How does that improve my country? And I think we're to that point where, people want to see what those specific outputs are, and it's up to the research community and all of us to show it means, what it means in practice. It's time for action. And we took that from the World Higher Education Conference as well. Massive convenings and really a spirit of collaboration, and we want to see results on the ground in individual lives. And I think to our point earlier about nothing for youth without youth, I think that's a very big message to take away with going forward is, we talk about our stakeholders, but they're not necessarily in the room. We talk about our friends in Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, huge opportunities for collaboration and capacity development, underrepresented in the room for various reasons, right? This is not an easy challenge to work forward with, and I think we need to take that responsibility going forward. So nothing without youth, nothing for youth without youth, and certainly a time for action.
Correct. Thanks. Roger, maybe you want to go next?
Okay, thank you very much. There are so many things on the wish list. But one of the key things is collaborate and complement each other's effort. The past 2 years has depleted our resources, including all the wealthy countries. Every country has been challenged fiscally, and even all resources are problematic. If we do things the way we do and duplicate initiatives and do not complement each other, the car is going to move very slowly. We need to complement. That's why we're doing the Common Higher Education Space. So we move things and change higher education in the region and hopefully beyond faster to catch up with the changes required by the changing world of work, economics, the challenges brought about by the skills and competencies required, not only in terms of employability, but also in terms of how we live our lives in a changing global community. So that's one. Number two is innovate, as I mentioned. We've seen innovation and the sudden take-up of digital technologies in higher education and across various sectors in community. We need to take up digital transformation, and I'm proud to say that we have adopted the ASEAN Declaration on Digital Transformation of Education Systems in ASEAN, November this year during the ASEAN Summit, because there is really a need to transform ourselves. And as mentioned by our UNESCO colleagues, even before this year, sustainable development goals cannot be achieved without achieving education, the goals in education. As such, we need to highlight that higher education contributes to sustainable development goals and basically improving our lives for each and every one of us.
Right, thank you. Roger, maybe Philip want to add on to the wish list, or where you see we should go for
the wish list.
Or where do you see we should go in terms of the development from here?
Yeah, I think if you summed it up very briefly, like Roger, what you said, I would just say sustainable learning and living, quite simply. But to kind of react to some of the points, I think we want to see the connections. We want to see, the synergies that we can have, and that's why right now we're in a process as we sit in the ASEAN Secretariat talking. Just last week I was with the CMEO high officials presenting the idea for the common space for their comment. So this is something that we're doing through both the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization and the ASEAN Secretariat. So this is kind of embodying the synergies that we want to have. I think there's also, when we look at the region, you know, I was lucky to be able to talk to Timor-Leste recently, and that's a country that we don't often hear from. But in addition, we have Myanmar, we have Cambodia, we have Laos. There are some very difficult things going on in these countries, and we don't always get their representation. So we do need to think about the different needs of the region and how we can be inclusive, how we can be equitable, and still, you know, cherish the diversity that we have in the region. So I think I'll go with that. If a very brief, sustainable learning and living, if we can achieve that.
Yep. Thank you, Philip. Professor Cairo?
Okay,
Especially from the QA perspective.
Yeah, basically, this past few years, as mentioned by Roger as well, due to the pandemic, we had to be very innovative and creative. So when we compare, for example, the agency review back in 2017, which was in terms of modality, it was fully physical. Everyone has to be there. The reviewers, the stakeholders. But when we did the agency review in 2022, we had a hybrid mode of modality where the stakeholders' engagements were some of it through virtual means, through platforms of Zoom and so on. So that is number one. I think it's very important for us moving forward to be able to adapt and adopt the changes. And these are technology-driven changes are good in the sense that it can also save costs. Okay, and of course, when we have this pandemic as well, we can see that the modality of the teaching and learning process converts into online. And then there is a need for us to also look at the quality assurance of all these new modalities as well. So that is something that perhaps something that we can look at. And there is also the emergence of micro-credentials and partial and also smaller size qualifications, in which perhaps the framework should also adapt and adopt to these kind of changes as well. And perhaps this is something that in ASEAN we can work on it, but perhaps we can also continue to collaborate with our EU counterparts as well. So I think in that sense it's very important. We have built the bridge connecting the two regions. We should continue to leverage on this existing bridge and perhaps even make it stronger. And we believe that it's going to mutually benefit both parties, because what we do in terms of quality assurance and also the qualifications framework, if you're talking from the framework, is to prepare and ensure that all the programs that we run in the region are up to the standard, and it can be recognized, and it will actually eventually assist the students and the learners, because we will, by doing that, we will promote mobility. We will making mobility easier, because everything is recognized at the regional level, and it's going to make things easier for our institutions, our students, to engage and to also go to other regions in the world, including our Europe and also other regions. So I think that's basically the wish list, and perhaps continue collaboration with our European counterpart. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Cairo. Jaslyn, maybe you want to sum that up, like where you see from the student perspective, and as well as in relations to the Southeast Asia, the network, alumni network that you spoke about earlier.
Actually, I really love how this panel has mentioned that students are an important part of the process of building a better higher education space here in ASEAN. And in our network, what we really want to ask is something so simple. Please include us. Don't leave us behind. Don't leave us out of the process, because we want to help. Share may have ended. We are alumni now. We're working. We're moving forward. But we don't want students, the future generation, to not have that same or even a better experience of education that would make ASEAN and even the whole world a better place. And that's what we're ultimately after for, a way to give back what SHARE has given to us. I'm honestly looking forward to hopefully seeing everyone again and working towards a better community.
Thank you. I think two very important points, especially from what Jasreen has just mentioned. I think moving forward we should never forget the fact that higher education is for students first and foremost, and they are the very group that we should be looked at in terms of serving them and to continuously provide them with the platform for their voices to be heard, and to ensure that engagement and learning continue to be the core agenda of the development of higher education. We still have a little bit of time. Perhaps I'll open to the floor. If there's anyone who wish to share your thoughts, your reflection, can be from any of your personal or your country perspective.
Can I say something?
Yes, just a minute. Yes, while waiting. Yeah.
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, Roger, go ahead.
Let her.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, please.
Actually, I have a question to ask for Ms. Jaslyn, if that's okay. Okay, so my name is Vitania, and I'm Share alumni from IPB University through COIL program. So my question is, how do you ensure the inclusivity and the accessibility of the Southeast Asian Student Alumni Network? And what do you think will be the steps to reach and connect more alumni? As I think I am, as the Share alumni, have not reached the information about we have like such networking events or networking organization like CSAN. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that's a good question, because currently CSAN is under its way. We have a steering group, a committee, and we want to build it from the ground up with this small team of volunteers we have currently. And what we are planning is to tap in what Share has already started, what we worked with, which is our national chairperson, since they're the ones who can contact easily everyone else per country. So, as you know, I'm from the Philippines, and in the Philippines, we're roughly less than 20, so it's very easy to contact us. But in Indonesia, you have hundreds of students, and so we work very differently, but not in a way that we're overlapping each other or we discriminate in our methods. So we plan to work with national chairpersons as well as the connections we have with the international offices after the exchange in order to find all of the VE COIL students, because you guys are a lot in comparison to the mobility programs that we were in. And actually, I want to also emphasize that we're trying to be inclusive. We don't want to just focus on students from Share. We want that to be for multiple mobility programs, multiple exchanges, AIMS, AUNACS, as well as others, even if it's just within university partnerships, we're okay with that. And we're even thinking of ways to possibly make opportunities, internships, OJTs, give an idea towards higher education and industries to move the youth around in order for to kind of like catalyze the importance of ASEAN as an identity in itself. So yeah, thank you for the question.
Thank you. Roger, you want to
Yes,
say something?
thank
Go
you
ahead.
very much. One of the things I wanted to emphasize again is that looking at the various commission reports, including the role of internationalization or international mobility into graduate employability, looking at the current report on the need for inclusiveness, diversity, and equity in higher education, and so many things, is that you were asking for a wish list, and one of my biggest wish lists is to have everyone have an internationalization experience, a mandate, if ever possible, to have all higher education programs incorporate an internationalization component, be it in person virtually, or even an internationalization experience at home through changing the practices of higher education institutions and incorporating ASEAN or global dimensions into the residences, the school, university environment, the food culture and something would significantly help address opening up perspectives, things that I was lucky enough to experience firsthand as an Erasmus Mundus scholar, the European Union's premier mobility program for masters and PhD. So what I'd like to see is to have more people have the same experience and open up their point of view or their world view. So that's something else. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yep. Any more from the floor who wants to share your thoughts, your reflections on the development of higher education in the region, contributed by SHARE program over the last 7 years? Perhaps, I guess, yep. Oh, you go
We
ahead.
still have about 8 minutes. I don't want to waste the time and the visibility. One of the things that was discussed earlier by Miguel was basically on the need for consensus on how we move things forward. It was, we had a discussion as well with AQRF yesterday. We've discussed about, it's not about mandating, it's about getting consensus of how we move things forward, both in terms of QA, credit transfers, how we address the multiple, mobilities. We're not saying we need one, but how do we get things together? How do we enhance participation, enhance inclusiveness, and enhancing the experience to everyone? So this is something that's very, very important.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
Go.
Thank you so much, and it's great to try to bring the research that we've done into dialogue precisely with the policymakers, the stakeholders, the students in the room. Sorry, to your point, to your question, Changda, about what the wish list. I don't know whether I was surprised or I understood it as embedded, but no one seemed to ask for money, right? Like if, Christmas is around the corner and it's a long time since I had a gift from Santa Claus, but once upon a time I think I asked for money. But I think the SHARE program was able to achieve, certain amount of certain contributions to the region because there was funding to support research, mobility, all these activities. So money wasn't mentioned. However, as our research shows, that it is a constraint. Unfortunately, in some of the countries in the regions, the budgets have been cut, either in nominal or even in real terms. This is a challenge, obviously, to the wish list, the other forms, the other wishes that the panelists have mentioned. So I do think that perhaps with this research, or perhaps with other forms of political action, we can ask for more money. But maybe it has to be linked to the legitimacy of higher education. The point that, as our student representative mentioned, if other people feel left behind, why should the money go to higher education if other people in the countries or in the region feel left behind? So I guess the higher education sector needs to make a stronger case, because people who do participate in higher education and in internationalization, of course there is a wider benefit in society, but as individuals or as institutions they benefit. So we probably need to make the case to ask for money and to make a really clear argument about how that benefits the wider society, and to really think about the implications as well of those who might perceive that they are being left behind, even though I think we need to ask for money. I don't think these digital challenges or these equity issues will be resolved without that.
Anyone wants to respond to that? It's a tough question. I have to agree with Miguel. I think funding, public funding to higher education is a serious question, and is a very important determinant of how far higher education can go. I guess the other side of the argument is also to what extent is higher education serving its role in society as part of development of the society and also the economy and so on and so forth. I think it can be a very lengthy discussion on that, but perhaps one from the panel wish to respond?
I'll try to respond. I'm not saying this is the right answer, but before higher education became significantly privatized, it was mostly publicly funded. And the shift on, socioeconomic and cultural perspectives and resources and realignment of resources change the view of higher education as a public good to a private good. When we're talking about higher education sectors and institutions, we all talk about private higher education institutions, but we forget that public higher education institutions are increasingly being commercialized and privatized. I have a chapter coming out soon on Asia Pacific on this particular issue. So when we talk about funding, how are we going to look for increased funding? Are we going to ask funding every year? The key thing there is not about funding, but changing the perspective that higher education is a right for each and everyone, one way or another, be it in university, be it in TVET sector. Everyone has a right to education and learning, and as such, it should be a public good. The returns of investments for national economies, for countries, for member states, can be looked at in terms of future productivity, their contribution to taxes, contribution to enhancing peace and order in society, which no amount of money can ever measure. And of course, the contribution they can possibly make to the world, their own communities, and to the higher education sector. One thing would like to highlight, because we have slightly little time, is internationalization is important because it gives you a sense of belonging to the broader world. Makes you feel that you are not just someone I come from the second capital of the Philippines, Cebu City. During my time, we always only look up to Manila. Now we look at the region and we look at the rest of the world. This is something that we should inculcate, or at least get people to feel. And once it's internalized, then everyone will contribute to the greater cause.
My just quick response, putting the hat on someone who works in higher education policy in the region, I think that discussion about how the universities respond to that challenge in moving forward is a very serious question. I think universities are not putting enough effort to seriously rethink its role in the development of higher education in the region. I'm a big critic of rankings and all that. Too much of resources has been devoted to play the game, and we have neglected the real reason of why higher education exists for the sake of education, for the sake of our students and the development of knowledge. I think that has been neglected, and that is very much tied to the whole issue of public funding. And I guess that is perhaps, if I may, that is also a wish list on the development of higher education, in what direction that the region should look at. We have a question from a participant on Zoom. I'll just read out the question. It's from Mr. Agustinus. I think we are also able to start with the role of community of practice to encourage community involvement, i.e. expert practitioner in collaboration with higher education and government, especially in the Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam countries. Thank you. Maybe Philip, you want to respond to that?
Okay, I have 1 minute, and actually I was told to speak about this afternoon. But anyhow, the community of practice, now this is something established by SHARE, and we did not want to see this end with the end of SHARE. So actually we do see a role for a community of practice, but a community of practice built around practitioners, around researchers, around policymakers, around learners. We don't want to exclude students either, but we want to have a space where we can actually generate new knowledge, where we can see the challenges coming in, we can act quickly, you can make partnerships, you can make networks, and we can really generate new knowledge for the region. And we should be inclusive. This should involve the CLMV, just as it involves the other countries. So I have, 5, 4, 3, 2. It's lunchtime, but I will talk about this more after lunch.
No, it's not lunchtime, yeah. There's still a session. Right, I will invite every one of you to give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, your reflection, and some of the challenges, as well as way for us to move forward in terms of the development of higher education in the region. All right, thank you very much. I'll pass the time back to the MC.
Very much. Thank you very much. What a fruitful discussion. We may need our panelists and our moderator to stay on stage for our documentation. So please stand up, and we're inviting our photographer friends to come forward. Our respected guests, if you don't mind, let's give another big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator today. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. And next, we'll be having another session, which will be a keynote speech entitled Europe and ASEAN Partners in People-to-People Connectivity. And we are welcoming on stage His Excellency Ambassador Toru Morikawa, Executive Director Asia Europe Foundation. The stage is yours.
Now, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have to start by apologizing you that you have to listen to some more minutes the remark before the lunchtime. But the hunger bigger, the taste of the food is better. Okay. So, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to join this event today. I have been following the SHARE program activities since I became Executive Director of ASEF in 2020. And I sincerely congratulate all the remarkable results achieved by our EU SHARE team. So based on the remarkable achievement of EU SHARE process, ASEF is committed to keep working together with the stakeholders of the ASEAN higher education and youth ecosystem, and to increase the connectivity of the Southeast Asian higher education space regionally, interregionally, and globally. In this remark, I wish to share some thoughts with you on people-to-people connectivity between ASEAN and the EU with you. I think it is responding partially to the question in the previous section. So what is connectivity? So what do we mean by connectivity? In the Asia-Europe meeting process, ASEAN process, the foreign ministers have come up with a definition of connectivity in 2017. This was later adopted by the European ministers and used to build synergies between the approaches of Europe and Southeast Asia, or according to the ASEAN approach, to connect the connectivities. According to this definition, connectivity is about bringing countries, people, and societies closer together through three key aspects: economic, political, and social-cultural aspects. The European Commission created an interactive web page in 2017 titled ASEM Sustainable Connectivity Portal, which gathers data from 30 European and 21 Asian countries on the different dimensions of connectivity: physical, institutional, economic, political, and people-to-people. The Asia-Europe Foundation's role related directly to this last dimension, people-to-people. So we play a unique role in promoting people-to-people connectivity. Our activities facilitate inter-regional exchanges, cooperation in arts, culture, and education. We provide platforms to network, access information, conduct dialogues for better understanding, and collaborate with each other. There are so many connectivity documents and blueprints, but our mission is to put the people first, to deliver value for them, either on grassroots or political level and across the levels. Achieving mutual understanding and trust among partners is the biggest added value from us. At least we are trying to. However, it is very difficult to measure connectivity and the impact of connectivity on the future generation. The ASEM Sustainable Connectivity Portal offers data on these 7 indicators for this purpose as of now. We can group them into 2 groups: mass connectivity and knowledge connectivity. Mass connectivity is relatively simple and easy to measure. It looks like tourism, movement of people, cultural goods and services, exchanges, cultural traditions. Common language users. The chances that citizens of Asia and Europe would connect by using the same language, and the number of migrants in the different countries. Looking at the number of the commercial flights in 2017, it is clear that Europe is the most connected region in the world, with ties with Southeast Asia through South and East Asia. Tourism is a huge economic sector in itself, and there has been an increasing interest in Europe to visit Asia, and in Asia to visit Europe. The second type of people-to-people connectivity is more relevant for today's discussion. The knowledge type of connectivity involves academia, students, intellectuals, artists, journalists, and field experts. These people can be considered as multipliers of knowledge and connecting nodes in network across Asia and Europe, although the number of them are not very big. So, one dimension of knowledge exchange relatively easy to measure is the international mobility of students. In 2017, about 400,000 graduate students moved between Asia and Europe. The top destination for European students outbound to the ASEAN were in Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. The top destination for ASEAN students outbound to Europe were the UK, France, Germany, and Finland. Between 2014 and 2020, more than 50,000 people benefited from Erasmus Plus mobility between the EU and Indo-Pacific countries. The UK was a top destination for Asian students, with nearly 3/4 coming from China, India, and Malaysia. Chinese students represented almost half of Asian students in Europe. Even though students' mobility is proven to enhance intellectual competencies and understanding, there is still significant Asia-Europe imbalance in these student flows. the science cooperation. The study on ASEM sustainable connectivity carried out by the European Commission's Joint Research Center in 2018 found that over 200,000 scientific articles were the fruit of collaborations between Asian and European research institutions every year. Said that inter-European collaboration is much more advanced than intra-ASEAN or Europe-ASEAN for that matter. You see that it's some density of the network is very visible, but in here that in the lower part is a recent situation that, but we see that there is a room for us to make more efforts to in this region. So taking a step back and looking at the historical map of scientific collaboration across the globe, we can see that Europe, South Asia, and East Asia cooperation has significantly increased in the last 2 decades, as you see here. And the ASEAN, yes, as I mentioned, that we need to do some more. According to the ASEM connectivity study in 2019, overall people-to-people connectivity remains challenging in both regions. So recommendations is investing more in existing people-to-people knowledge connectivity structures between Europe and Southeast Asia, keeping up the momentum of virtual exchanges. And secondly, to create people-centered connectivity networks driven by the interest of civil society. So distinguished participants, the world population recently reached 8 billion and will rapidly grow further. The challenges such as climate change, food and energy crisis will more and more serious. Innovation in all areas is a key to address it. ASEAN, as a future economic giant, yes, it is said that it will be the fourth economic power in the world in a decade or two. So ASEAN's role in addressing these challenges through innovation were more and more important. And the people-to-people knowledge connectivity between ASEAN and the EU and beyond will be even more important. In this regard, I would like to reiterate our deep appreciation to Mr. Darren McDermott and his team for their tireless efforts for the cooperation between ASEAN and the EU share over 7 years. And wish further cooperation within ASEAN be continued based on the achievement through the cooperation with EU share. ASEF is ready to play its part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Ambassador Toru Morikawa. Would you please stay on stage? His Excellency, would you please stay on stage as we are going to have a picture, and we would like to invite to join on stage Dr. Roger Chow Jr., Assistant Director, Head Education, Youth and Sports Division, the ASEAN Secretariat. Thank you very much once again, His Excellency Ambassador Toru Morikawa and Dr. Roger Chow Jr. Our respected guests, we will have more discussion divided into 3 sessions according to the result areas. But before we proceed to the next session, we will take a lunch break. We have served our lunch break on the lower level. You can use the escalator on your right and stairs on the left. And we also have a praying room on your left, right at the end of the hallway. And for all participants who are joining us online, we'll see you again at 1:30 p.m. Jakarta time. And once again, we hope you enjoy the lunch we have served you, and please join us again in this room at 1:20 p.m. Jakarta time. Once again, we are expecting to resume our activities at 1:20 p.m. Jakarta time.
that I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess Share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
My exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that Share somehow contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
Share Mobility Program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian and American friends from different states, villages and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
In our comfort zone, we are happy with what we do, and it's good to be exposed to other things.
Build one competency on top of each other without having to decide a complex competency all in one go.
Developments and impact of micro-credentials go beyond national context, contributes to the regional context, so that we can work together across regions and hopefully make it operationalized across the world.
Micro-credential program is a complementary part to regular on-campus learning and serve to fill the gaps in the skills provided in college with those required in the world of work and industry.
Life is what happens to you while you are busy making plans. Now, if you transfer this to the topic of micro-credential or higher education, it's basically don't talk too much about them, do it.
program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together a variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors, in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Allowed me to extend my appreciation to the SHARE program and its partners for organizing the Policy Dialogue number 15.
The EU delegation to ASEAN is delighted to witness another milestone in the development of the higher education sector in ASEAN, that is the launch of the roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025.
Well, the SHARE program, which started in 2015, is the most comprehensive support and initiative on higher education in the Southeast Asian region.
Many months of preparation, I would say, with many different partners, many different actors, contributors, panelists, our local team here in Hanoi.
With the SHARE program coming in, putting significant efforts to build capacity, promote higher education's role in the region.
As you know, the higher education landscape is facing rapid change. And we have an urgent need to redefine the common space in Southeast Asian higher education. The roadmap that was launched today and the corresponding implementation plan provides a really important opportunity to strengthen the partnerships in higher education that we have.
We need to transform. We need a new vision to kind of re-energize our commitment at this point before we get to 2030. So I think this near-term commitment to 2025 is really going to accelerate the need for collaboration and really build forward new solutions for higher education.
What the roadmap does through the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility is bring some cohesion, bring some consensus, and bring a more collective approach on how we approach higher education, international higher education in this region together.
The EU partners have been a big part of bringing everyone to the table, but ultimately it's the member states that are going to have to decide which parts of this agenda do they want to pick up and implement and carry forward in terms of governance.
And always I receive the request that university leaders or top managers, they would like to participate or hear something like we are doing at the SHARE Policy Dialogue.
I would say that SHARE scholarship is a flagship scholarship.
I think it's a great program for people who want to experience a new culture and also want to learn something new in a new country.
Our students can share their experiences in learning.
We can actually make a lot of friends, learn a lot of knowledge, and it all can happen simultaneously within our home.
In the next policy dialogue, we are likely to see Simeo Raihead taking the lead and gathering together the partners in the region.
The world has changed, and we are now living in a very much digital space, and digital transformation has changed the way we live, and digital connectivity needs to be addressed and utilized to promote the development of a stronger, sustainable and peaceful global community.
My name is Peter van Tuyl. Well, I think it is a truly important event.
The summit here this week is the great opportunity for the students or the so-called alumni of so many scholarship programs and so many cross-border collaboration to meet and to share their ideas, concerns, and the future prospect of the collaboration between Southeast Asia or ASEAN region and the European Union.
Great opportunity for young people from different parts of the world
to come together. It's a connective space. It's an inspirational space as well. It's also a platform, for learning, cross-pollination of ideas and exchanges.
And for me, it was an extremely positive experience because even though I was invited as a speaker, I'm still just a student. So for me, it might sometimes be a bit intimidating to meet all those people who have like tons of expertise, who have like really prestigious positions. But everybody here is so open. Like, I really get the feeling that they value the opinions of students, and it's very easy for us to like get opportunities to share our opinion. And so that, in my opinion, created an amazing dialogue, to be honest. Like the way everybody's just getting inspired by each other. That was a very, very positive opinion, not just for me, but I've heard it from all the other people as well. So yeah, we appreciate that a lot.
I think it's long overdue. Really waited for this day for a very long time. Naturally, the pandemic didn't go away as quickly as we would have liked it to. It's important to take the opportunity to gather our current students, be it through virtual exchange or our past students and our physical exchange alumni.
The summit here is very intriguing for me. I think it's a very good opportunity for the alumni from ASEAN and European countries, because we've got to learn the digital transformation. Since you guys already know that COVID-19 outbreak has changes a lot of our lives, it would be very privileged and try to uphold to see the ASEAN and EU student and alumni network maybe in the future.
That I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the ASEAN countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
Exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
Share is like a jumping platform for us.
to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
Now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian and American friends from different states, villages and culture, which inspired me to work with a diversity of people from different background and culture, which I am doing today as a community outreach manager in an international IT company with a diverse employee and a work environment.
In our comfort zone, we are happy with what we do, and it's good to be exposed to other things.
Build one competency on top of each other without having to decide a complex competency all in one go.
Developments and impact of micro-credentials go beyond national context, contributes to the regional context, so that we can work together across regions and hopefully make it operationalized across the world.
Micro-credential program is a complementary part to regular on-campus learning and serve to fill the gaps in the skills provided in college with those required in the world of work and industry.
Life is what happens to you while you're busy making plans. Now, if you transfer this to the topic of micro-credential or higher education, it's basically don't talk too much about them, do it.
Micro-credentials!
The SHARE program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together a variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Allowed me to extend my appreciation to the SHARE program and its partners for organizing the Policy Dialogue number 15.
The EU delegation to ASEAN is delighted to witness another milestone in the development of the higher education sector in ASEAN, that is the launch of the roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025.
Well, the SHARE program, which started in 2015, is the most comprehensive support and initiative on higher education in the Southeast Asian region.
Many months of preparation, I would say, with many different partners, many different actors, contributors, panelists, our local team here in Hanoi.
With the SHARE program coming in, putting significant efforts to build capacity, promote higher education's role in the region.
As you know, the higher education landscape is facing rapid change, and we have an urgent need to redefine the common space in Southeast Asian higher education. The roadmap that was launched today and the corresponding implementation plan provides a really important opportunity to strengthen the partnerships in higher education that we have.
We need to transform. We need a new vision to kind of re-energize our commitment at this point before we get to 2030. So I think this near-term commitment to 2025 is really going to, accelerate, the need for collaboration and really build forward new solutions for higher education.
What the roadmap does through the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility is bring some cohesion, bring some consensus, and bring a more collective approach on how we approach higher education, international higher education in this region together.
The EU partners have been a big part of bringing everyone to the table, but ultimately it's the member states that are going to have to decide which parts of this agenda do they want to pick up and implement and carry forward in terms of governance.
And always I receive the request that university leaders or top managers, they would like to participate or hear something like we are doing at the Share Policy Dialogue.
I would say that Share Scholarship is a flagship scholarship.
I think it's a great program for people who want to experience a new culture and also want to learn something new in a new country.
Our students can share their experiences in learning.
We can actually make a lot of friends, learn a lot of knowledge, and it all can happen simultaneously within our home.
In the next policy dialogue, we are likely to see Simia Raihead taking the lead and gathering together the partners in the region.
The world has changed, and we are now living in a very much digital space, and digital transformation has changed the way we live, and digital connectivity needs to be addressed and utilized to promote the development of a stronger, sustainable and peaceful global community.
My name is Peter van Tuyl. Well, I think it is a truly important event.
The summit here this week is the great opportunity for the students or the so-called alumni of so many scholarship programs and so many cross-border collaboration to meet and to share their ideas, concerns and the future prospect of the collaboration between Southeast Asia or ASEAN region and the European Union.
Great opportunity for young people from different parts of the world to come together. It's a connective space. It's an inspirational space as well. It's also a platform, for learning, cross-pollination of ideas and exchanges.
And for me, it was an extremely positive experience because even though I was invited as a speaker, I'm still just a student. So for me, it might sometimes be a bit intimidating to meet all those people who have tons of expertise, who have really prestigious positions. But everybody here is so open. I really get the feeling that they value the opinions of students, and it's very easy for us to get opportunities to share our opinion, and so that, in my opinion, it created an amazing dialogue, to be honest. The way everybody's just getting inspired by each other. That was a very, very positive opinion, not just for me, but I've heard it from all the other people as well. So yeah, we appreciate that a lot.
I think it's long overdue. Really waited for this day for a very long time. Naturally, the pandemic didn't go away as quickly as we would have liked it to. It's important to take the opportunity to gather our current students, be it through virtual exchange or our past students and our physical exchange alumni.
The summit here is very intriguing for me. I think it's a very good opportunity for the alumni from ASEAN and European countries, because we've got to learn the digital transformation. Since you guys already know that COVID-19 outbreak has changes a lot of our lives, it would be very privileged and try to uphold to see the ASEAN and EU student and alumni network maybe in the future.
That I found most memorable after my mobility period is networking, because I guess Share not only give us scholarship but also give us opportunity to meet more people or more students around the Asian countries. So that's really precious opportunity.
Exchange contributed to feeling or being a part of the ASEAN community by letting me gain friends from these countries, as well as exposing myself to the ASEAN Secretariat and also making me realize about the differences and the similarities of our cultures and languages, and also looking forward to the future plans of being in the ASEAN region.
Share is like a jumping platform for us to discover more about our strengths, our capabilities, and to what greater extent that we can be better than now, better than before. So I believe that it really helps me to become more confident and be determined of what I'm doing, and to be agile, to be able to work in a team regardless the backgrounds of the people that we're working with.
now I'm working in Vietnam, but just a couple of years back, I was working in the Kingdom of Thailand. I'd say that share somehow, right, contributes to the formation of identity, which goes beyond and above national boundaries.
Apart from my English, I think I learned how to be open-minded. It really helped when I first moved to a different region in Thailand to work as a teacher. Knowing different cultures also helped my students see the world beyond Thailand.
Share Mobility program, I joined Islamic community trip as well as many other trips with my Burmese, Korean, Indonesian and American friends from different states, villages and culture, which inspire me to work with a diversity
Ladies and
of
gentlemen,
people
our
from
respected
different
guests, as
background
time
and
shows
culture,
1:20 sharp, we are inviting everyone to come
IT
inside the
with
ASEAN
a
Hall
diverse
once again
employee
so we
and
can
work
resume our
environment.
activities. Once again, kindly coming back to the ASEAN Hall as we are about to start or resume our activities shortly. Thank you.
Sometimes we sit in our comfort zone, we are happy with what we do, and it's good to be exposed to other things.
Build one competency on top of each other without having to decide a complex competency all in one go.
Developments and impact of micro-credentials go beyond national context, contributes to the regional context, so that we can work together across regions and hopefully make it operationalized across the world.
Micro-credential program is a complementary part to regular on-campus learning and serve to fill the gaps in the skills provided in college with those required in the world of work and industry.
Life is what happens to you while you're busy making plans. Now, if you transfer this to the topic of micro-credential or higher education, it's basically don't talk too much about them, do it.
Micro-credentials!
The SHARE program is an efficient mechanism for strengthening academic cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, especially in higher education sphere.
Higher education and students have always been an important element in the EU's relationship with ASEAN and its member states. They play an essential role in the future of our two regions. SHARE is the EU's flagship program in the field of higher education with ASEAN.
Higher education partnerships is very important because no individual or individual institution can achieve sustainable development goals. The only way for us to achieve the sustainable development goals and to enhance the contribution of higher education is through partnerships, not only in the region, not only in the ASEAN region, but also in other regions.
It's very interesting to see the youth come together and think about sustainability goals and also the project that they've done together towards this goal. So for me, I feel like stronger together.
Based on my experience, I would like to encourage the young people to strive for the opportunity to be an active citizen to create our sustainable region.
It is a platform that is very inclusive and it allows us to discuss various issues, especially the most prominent one, which is the sustainable development of the region. So this platform is very important and it's very timely because we are facing with multiple challenges, including the COVID-19, plus the climate change, the social inequalities, the economic crisis. So I think it's very important we come together for that.
What I see as the most distinguished strength of this dialogue is that it has brought together a variety of stakeholders in higher education, which is the most important thing in what we call the policy design.
We want to transform, we want to grow, we want to do the best for our learners in Southeast Asia. So I think it's been really rewarding to see so many different stakeholders understand this shared purpose and what we need to do to move forward together to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the central importance of higher education to deliver on that promise.
The SHARE program has been working concertedly with all of the regional partners in higher education for some time now. We're really seeing the benefit of that concerted work, the trust that is developing between the organizations, the opportunity to come together and address some very difficult problems in not only this region, but in the world at large, and then look at how higher education can come together, work with different sectors in a cross-sectoral approach and address some of these problems and find solutions.
Allowed me to extend my appreciation to the SHARE program and its partners for organizing the Policy Dialogue number 15.
The EU delegation to ASEAN is delighted to witness another milestone in the development of the higher education sector in ASEAN. That is the launch of the roadmap of the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025.
Well, the SHARE program, which started in 2015, is the most comprehensive support and initiative on higher education in the Southeast Asian region.
Many months of preparation, I would say, with many different partners, many different actors, contributors, panelists, our local team here in Hanoi.
With the SHARE program coming in, putting significant efforts to build capacity, promote higher education's role in the region.
As you know, the higher education landscape has an urgent need to redefine the common space in Southeast Asian higher education. The roadmap that was launched today and the corresponding implementation plan provides a really important opportunity to strengthen the partnerships in higher education that we have.
We need to transform We need a new vision to kind of re-energize our commitment at this point before we get to 2030. So I think this near-term commitment to 2025 is really going to, accelerate, the need for collaboration and really build forward new solutions for higher education.
What the roadmap does through the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility is bring some cohesion, bring some consensus, and bring a more collective approach on how we approach higher education, international higher education in this region together.
The EU partners have been a big part of bringing everyone to the table, but ultimately it's the member states that are going to have to decide which parts of this agenda do they want to pick up and implement and carry forward in terms of governance.
And always I receive the request that university leaders or top managers, they would like to participate or hear something like we are doing at the Share Policy Dialogue.
I would say that Share Scholarship is a flagship scholarship.
I think it's a great program for people who want to experience a new culture and also want to learn something new in a new country.
Our students can share their experiences in learning.
We can actually make a lot of friends, learn a lot of knowledge, and it all can happen simultaneously within our home.
In the next policy dialogue, we are likely to see Simeo Raihead taking the lead and gathering together the partners in the region.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We hope you enjoy your lunch. And now for the next 1 hour and 45 minutes, we will focus our discussion to the result areas. And again, if you have any question during the discussion, we will open the Q&A session if we have enough time, where you can share your questions or thoughts during that time. And for our online participants, you can also share or submit your question using the chat feature. Now we hope you're ready for our first discussion. This upcoming session will uncover the topic of the development of frameworks and networks for sustainability of the common higher education space. With our panelists, we are welcoming our panelists on stage. Vice Rector, International Relations and Research, Phnom Penh International University, member of Steering Group of Share Higher Education Harmonization Community of Practice, Dr. Ki Rafikun. University Teknologi Malaysia, Johor Bahru, Malaysia, Project Leader for Share Study on Strengthening the Internalization Capacity of Higher Education Institutions in CLMV countries, Professor Dr. Nordin Yahaya. Asia Research Center, Universitas Indonesia, researcher for Share Study on Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion in Higher Education in ASEAN, Ms. Afra Suci Ramadan. Senior Program Officer, Simeo Raihead, Mr. Philip Masterson. And to lead the session, I will hand the session over to our moderator. Please welcome on stage Share Program Manager, Ms. Uni Prayuti.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our plenary today. It's a challenge to have a session at this hour. After lunchtime, everybody is full and had good time networking. So please bear with us for the next 30 minutes. So in this afternoon, I would like to bring us all to have a look at how the SHARE program has contributed to the development of frameworks and networks that supports the sustainability of the common higher education space in ASEAN and in wider Southeast Asia. I have with me here on stage 4 speakers with different expertise and different experience working with SHARE. The first is Dr. Ki Ravikun, Vice Rector, International Relations and Research, Phnom Penh International University, who is also the member of steering group of SHARE Higher Education Harmonization Community of Practice. Thank you, Dr. Ki Ravikun, for being with us today. We have Philip Masterson, second time today on the stage, Senior Program Officer, Simeo Raihat. We have Professor Dr. Noruddin Yahaya from University Technology Malaysia. Professor Noruddin is the project leader for one of our research study on strengthening the internationalization capacity of higher education in CLMV countries. Last but not least, we have Ms. Afra Suci Ramadan from Asia Research Center, Universitas Indonesia. So Ms. Afra is one of the researchers team who worked with us on research on gender equality, diversity, and inclusion in higher education in ASEAN. Okay, so I will start perhaps with Dr. Ki Ravikun, if you could share with us, start with sharing with us your involvement in SHARE, particularly in the development of the community of practice and how it has been developed so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Uni, and good afternoon. Thank you, SHARE, for having me here in Indonesia, and especially for having me here on the stage to share a few words about the community of practice that I have been involved in since the beginning of its formation. You perhaps have heard some already about this SHARE community of practice, especially when Philip this morning mentioned a little bit about it and the future activity of COP, SHARE COP in the coming year with the platform. But just let me share with you what has we done and what are we doing now and what are we planning to do in the coming year. The SHARE community practice is actually the led practitioner platform, the platform which has been led by the higher education institution practitioner, the management, the people who work in the IR offices like me, and the researchers. Mainly, of course, we originally formed within our SHARE member university, but later on we also have our colleagues, our other researchers from other university, from other places. But mostly in our meeting every month, we discuss, we use this as a forum for our discussion, share our best practices and the challenges that we have faced every day at our workplace, at our home university. We also seek solutions for the improvement of our work, of the quality assurance at our higher education institution. Also to improve the internationalization of our institution. The issue that we have touched upon are those, as you mentioned, the speaker mentioned this morning a lot also about the inclusivity and the gender issue. And we also we are eager to work to help to reach the sustainable goals in the coming year. COP also was able to conduct the needs assessment survey among our team. And the results show that the best way for the community of practice is to share our ideas, our experiences, and to find solutions for improvement of our institution, consequently is to improve the higher education quality and student mobility in the region as a whole. Community of practice also linked to this morning to the student alumni, you call CSAN, right? So we linked to that group also. And so far, until this time, we have already attracted more than 300 staff or management from higher education institution in our region in Southeast Asia, within the SHARE member university, and of course in the region as a whole, because there are only 33 higher education institution member of SHARE, but we have more than that who are interested in joining with us. And in the coming year, of course, we also discuss what we want to do, but I think perhaps it's later after Philip have talked about the coming platform, because that is the end of our discussion in Phnom Penh last month, that we are waiting for the platform to exercise or to execute our ideas or our plan in the coming year 2023. With that, I would probably end my talk at this point, and I hand over the floor to Uni. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ki Rafikun. So the community of practice is actually open for anyone who is interested in joining this group.
I think so.
All right. Okay.
I think so. Yeah. Thank you.
Good
I
to
speak
hear
from
that.
my. Actually, I forgot to introduce. Of course, I'm one of the members of the steering group of COP, but I think also COP member also are online. So if I miss something, please help me, because I need their support. Yeah, if I miss anything, thank you.
Sure,
Or
thank
if I
you.
exaggerated something, please just stop me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rafikun. Talking about community of practice is not complete if we don't introduce this newly established platform that has been recently launched at the symposium that Philip referred to earlier today. So Philip, if you can share with us this new platform that was just been launched on the Right-Hand SHARE community of practice, that would be then good for everyone to know about
sure,
it.
Uni.
And just before you continue, I learned that you have a video to share with us, yes?
Yes. So we could either end with a video or start with a video.
Okay. We can start with the video perhaps?
Okay. I think our SHARE colleagues have a video.
That was a nice music at this hour, I hope. Okay, Philip, if you can explore more about that and let the audience know and how we all can benefit from that platform.
Okay, thank you. So as mentioned, we showed this video at our 2022 Interregional Research Symposium that was held not too long ago. But let me provide a little background first, because there have been some discussions between Simeo Raihed and the SHARE program, especially revolving around the community of practice. So I've been discussing with some of the other steering committee members, Ajahn Ponapit and Prof. Azira, as well as Andy Gibbs. And the question we had was that we have a community of practice. We have some practitioners. We have the SHARE program that's ending. What is going to happen to that platform. What can we do for that? The idea we came up with was Raihed Share. And this doesn't mean that it belongs to Simeo Raihed and the Share program. It's a name that just reflects that this is a platform for the region and for sharing. And it's not just involving two organizations. We want to be inclusive. In talking with the community of practice and the expert consultants, we realized that there are things that could be improved. One of those things was a much simpler navigation, was a much simpler, basically a login function. Because the idea is that we want not only to attract the current COP members, but we'd like to open it up. We'd like to broaden it. We'd like to broaden the focus from mobility and internationalization as well. We hope that this can be a platform that really engages with a range of practitioners, experts, and researchers, and that we can keep growing this. Now, the original idea for the COP is basically a messaging board, and it functioned as a discussion forum and messaging board, and we'd like to take that one step further, where we keep a dedicated space for discussion that you can log into and you can discuss with your fellow practitioners and peers and learn and decide on new research opportunities or collaborate. But on the front end is an open public access site where you can find everything you need to know about Southeast Asian higher education. And this is not going to be simple. It's going to take collaboration between all of the organizations there, because UNESCO has some data. We have other organizations that do projects that generate knowledge, that generate policy briefs, that generate different data that we can actually put together into bite-sized information. And we can provide, extensive documents and documentation that you can access. But what we'd really like to focus on is that you can get the key figures and data that's important for higher education in Southeast Asia. You can link to the different policies that are in place, and you can learn from the different policy platforms that exist for higher education. You can see when the meetings are happening, as well as engage with this new community of practice, because we'd like to actually share the work that they do and the knowledge that they generate, and different themes that they come up with to the region as well. And so we hope to basically continue this Raihed Share platform running until 2030 at least. And we hope to tie this with our research symposium that runs on a biannual basis, so that every 2 years you would have a period where you have themes related to the contributions of higher education to sustainable development that all researchers in this region and around the world could pick up and work with and really generate some new knowledge with.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. I think that's a very good platform for the higher education communities in the region to share the ownership of the development of higher education in the region, I suppose. Is that open for everyone then to access that and then to be part of the development of that platform?
Yes, so right now we're still in a testing phase. We still have a little bit of more work to do. We did the soft launch, but we are working to get this live and really invite everyone to it. Yeah.
Great, good to hear that. So we're looking forward to the more developed version of that platform then in the coming months or so. Right. Speaking of sharing the ownership of higher education in ASEAN and in the wider Southeast Asia, I would like actually to invite Professor Dr. Nurdin Yahaya to come in here. So Dr. Nurdin has been working with SHARE program in a research that helped to increase the internationalization capacity of higher education institutions in the CLMV countries. So Dr. Nurdin, if you can share with us how that research then can also contribute to increasing the sense of ownership as well of colleagues in higher education in CLMV countries in the region.
Thank you, Bu Uni, for the opportunity to participate in this event, SHARE program closing event. I would like to take the opportunity to thank SHARE program for sponsoring the study. We're very glad to be part of it. I would like to acknowledge my team members. One of them is here, Associate Professor Dr. Latif from UKM. I have two other colleagues from UTM, Professor Hamdan, Associate Professor Dr. Ismit. And we also have associate researchers from Myanmar, from Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam who help us in this project. So this project started in August this year for 3 months. And it's a very intensive work that we have carried out.
Very ambitious project.
Yeah, ambitious. Within 3 months, we managed to submit the report last week. So strengthening the digitalization capacity of higher education institutions in CLV countries, assessment of enabling factors and potential capacity building activities. Next slide, please. The overall objective of this project is to strengthen the capacity of higher education institutions in CLV countries to attract inbound international students. So it's very focused outcome expected of this. So the sub-objectives that we are supposed to deliver, basically the first component is the research part, to conduct an assessment on the capacity of higher education institutions in CLV countries to market themselves as destination for ASEAN and non-ASEAN students, implement credit transfer systems and understand barriers to this. And the second part, after we have carried out the research, where we carried out studies, is a mixed method using quantitative and qualitative assessment. We propose in the second output to propose capacity development on solutions to address barriers to CLV countries, marketing themselves as destination for ASEAN and non-ASEAN students. But of course, the final outcome is to develop, there are two objectives. The one is to develop the training modules, the capacity development modules, and then to deliver the programs to the nominated participants from all CLV countries. Alhamdulillah, we managed to deliver all those objectives within 3 months. Next slide, please. We have identified 4 main or 4 broad themes of challenges or issues in internationalization of higher education institutions, where we curate the course content. Okay, and based on these 4 broad themes, each of these we have identified using our instruments. So the content practically was tailor-made to the needs of the countries, of these countries. So that's why probably the content, the participants of the courses will find it very relevant to their needs. So the broad themes are higher education and internationalization ecosystem. Number 2, global networking, partnership and linkages. Number 3, global education and student experience. Number 4, global branding, marketing and recruitment and admission. I think that's all for now. I will not, if you have any questions regarding the content, etc., probably I will be able to elaborate later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nordin. I'm actually interested in the partnerships that was mentioned in the earlier slide. So partnerships that you hope can be established through this research. If you can have some, share with us some views on that.
In order to enhance internationalization of higher education institutions, one of the prerequisites to implement any internationalization activities, actually, we have to develop partnership. So the modules that they've developed and what we're trying to do during the workshop in capacity building is basically to look at the fundamentals of why we're going to have the internationalization in the first place. So we will look at the fundamentals so that the institution understand the reasons why they want to implement internationalization in the first place. So that's the very first question that need to ask. And what are the activities that they want to achieve? And how to strategize, how to institutionalize the internationalization strategy within the vision and mission of the institution. So if you have the framework ready at the institution level, remember we're not talking about policy at high Ministry of Higher Education, we're talking about institutions, how to implement internationalization at institution level, and how at the senior management level to strategize the institution, and how to bring down that vision to the mid-level administrators. So we are happy that most of our participants are actually either the vice rector of the university, actually one of the participants is here, and we also have some in the audience as well. Some of them are dean and directors of international affairs. So talking about partnership, we talk about how to develop partnership, how to manage partnership, and how to sustain partnership, and what kind of activities that they can deliver through the partnership. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nordin. So I believe that through these partnerships, there will be some avenues established among the institutions that can help with the development of the common higher education space in the region. So yeah, I think that's this research has contributed to that. And even though it was an ambitious research, but I think we did that quite well. Thank you for the research team. And after we talk about increasing the internationalization capacity of our colleagues in CLMV countries, higher education institutions in the CLMV countries, I would also like to share here that in SHARE program, we have been committed to always try to mainstream the gender equality, diversity, and inclusion into our work. I'm inviting with us here Ms. Afra. Ms. Afra is one of the researchers in our previous research with Asia Research Center Universitas Indonesia on gender and EDI in higher education in ASEAN. Ms. Afra, if you can share with us some of your thoughts from that research that can be linked with how this EDI sector can contribute to the development of the higher education sector in the region.
Thank you, Buni, and thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor to be part of this panel. So I'd like to share that we conducted this research, I think it's around 4 months to 6 months, and we interviewed around 20 actors, stakeholders of SHARE, and also representatives from most of the Asian countries. And we exploring existing initiatives, plans, regulations, also mapping the landscape of challenges faced by each country in enabling this GEDI within the higher education institution. And we came up with multi-levels of recommendations. There are macro level and also meso level and micro level. And at the macro level, I think it's very important to mention that when we explore these issues of GEDI in the context of ASEAN, I think it resonates with the research that previously presented by Dr. Michael, that the inequality problems in the regions are very complex. And I think it's very important for us, the researchers, but also the policymakers and the actors and stakeholders to apply intersectional perspective to see this multidimensional problems of GEDI in specific contexts, countries. And at the micro level, some recommendations that come up, and maybe it's also relevant to share here. It's since SHARE initiated policy dialogues, I think it's important to mainstreaming this GEDI into these policy dialogues, and maybe in the future when such initiative can be prolonged, I think it's important to still mainstreaming GEDI. And I think it's mentioned in the previous sessions of making a strong case of allocating resources towards higher education institutions. And I think from the GEDI, the inequality, I think that's one of the strong case, how we can advocate or encourage countries to allocate public funding or resources towards the advancement of higher education institutions. And at the institutional level, we learn, because some of the interviewees that we had conversation with, we know some of them already implement initiatives within their institutions, within their universities, like such as they initiated a research center relevant to the people with disabilities, and then gender, for instance, in their own universities, and how, besides encouraging the research or the learning exchange, but they also advocate for the policy, inclusive policy in the university. I think that's also learning of how we can create change at the institutional level. And also at the micro levels, some of actors that we interview also indicated how important to have like a leadership mentoring. I think having a circle, like community of practice, that can also contribute into these collaborations. So having collaborations not only at the institutional level, but also at individual level in the regions, and how to translating GEDI principles into these collaborations, which allow inclusive participations. For instance, when we were having events like policy dialogues or other collaborations, exchange, we always incorporate inclusive principles on how to allow and widen space for the marginalized groups. For instance, even at the practical levels, like having sign language translators in the event, or also inviting some of the key actors or the key academics that already advocate this GEDI from very long time. So I think that kind of collaborations, it's very important, whether to implement leadership mentoring, because it's important if we want to encourage women to be in the leadership positions. Besides the regulatory framework that needs to be improved, we also need to enhance the participations and how these women can learn from the women leaders as well, like peer-to-peer learning or leadership mentoring.
Yeah. Bafra, I have a question. From your research, did you find that there is a solid framework already in the region, or network in this front among the higher educations in ASEAN?
Yeah, I think I forgot the exact names, but there is a forums of that advocates people with disabilities and inclusive higher educations institutions in globally, but also in the regions. And one of the interviewees that we had conversation with, she initiated this network, the region, but also recently they had exchange with like EU stakeholders as well, and also learning with a global network in how to enhance and implement inclusive policy in the context of people with disability. They also have the academics forum which contribute to provide suggestions or recommendations on inclusive curriculum. So I think that's one of network that we can learn.
Interesting. I've been warned by the organizer that I'm running out of time. We've only got 30 minutes in this session, and the next speaker are waiting in line. So what I would like to conclude from this session is that it has been great to hear from our speakers in the past 30 minutes on how the various components in higher education can actually contribute in their own way in how the higher education space in ASEAN, in wider Southeast Asia can be created, and that everyone can actually be part of that process. So if I could ask for a round of applause from the audience for our speakers today. Thank you so much for being with us. And if there are any questions that you can take offline with the researchers, they will be with us for the next hours, until dinner at least. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our panelists and moderator. Would you please stay on stage as we're going to have pictures together? And once again, let's give another big round of applause for Dr. Ki Rafikun, Professor Dr. Nordin Yahaya, Ms. Afra Suci Ramadan, and Mr. Philip Masterson, together with our moderator, Ms. Uni Prayuti. Thank you very much. Now you may return to your seat. And now we will proceed to the second discussion, and this session will uncover the topic of achieving comparability of higher education system using a regional quality assurance and qualification framework, AWRF and ACAF. First, I would like to greet our panelists. The first one, Senior Advisor to the AQRFC, member of the ACAN Technical Advisory Committee, member of the Share Expert Advisory Group on QF and QA Malaysia, Dr. Hazman Shah Abdullah. AUN QA, expert and lead expert for Share's work on outcome-based education or OBE Singapore, Mr. Johnson Ong Chi Bin. Representing President of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, ACAN, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Quality Assurance, Malaysian Qualifications Agency MQA, Professor Dr. Hairul Saleh Muhammad Sahari. And joining online, our Director of the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, ENQA, Ms. Anna Goffer. And to lead the session, I will hand this session over to our moderator. Please welcome on stage Share Program Manager, Mr. Sebastian Gries.
My panelists all ran away. Of course, I'm joking. They're sitting here with me. You just have to be imaginative. Prof. Cairo will be with us in a minute, I suppose. No, of course, this was planned. We're having 3 of the colleagues joining us online, or rather contributing via video message. We have a screen, exactly. No, we will have holograms. Prof. Cairo, please join me on stage. All right, so I'm not completely deserted. No, kidding aside, the title of this session is actually a quote from the Kuala Lumpur Declaration 2015 of the ASEAN Heads of States. And I thought, oh, welcome, Anna. Hi, Anna. Good to see you also on screen. It's very early morning in Europe, so this is a direct quote from the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education, and I thought it's worthwhile and good that if we, remember again that this declaration really started the key initiatives that ASEAN has contributed to the harmonization of higher education. Among them, the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework, the ASEAN Quality Assurance Framework that, I'm sorry Roger, I have to correct you on this, was not developed by SHARE, but was actually developed by the ASEAN stakeholders. We merely helped to contribute some guidelines and some further discussions on that. And of course, similar to the Bologna process in Europe, we have the main stakeholder organizations also involved in this. The AQRF Committee, the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, the sister organization ENQA, the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. And I just want to probably take note that even in Europe, the European higher education area is far larger than the European Union member states. It is many more countries that are involved in these harmonization efforts. So I think the Southeast Asia region probably can also see this, and as Rai had contributed this morning, can be inclusive, and as UNESCO also stressed this. But anyway, I'm only the moderator, so I think I'll hand over to my fellow panelists that you can see here as holographs on stage. No, we will have 2 video messages first, because we have the AQRF committee meeting happening as we are speaking, and we also have the ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance Program Assessment trainings going on. And of course, you see that ASEAN is really full steam on harmonization of higher education. So I will call on the first video message, which is from Dr. Hasman on the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework. If this can be shown, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and a very good morning to my fellow panelists, the audience present in the hall, and also all those who are tuning in to this video message and this conference this morning. And also a very big thank you to the organizers for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to speak on the regional qualifications reference framework as part of the mechanism to achieve comparability in higher education systems, especially among the member states in ASEAN. Achieving comparability in higher education system continues to be an important, integral, and long-standing aspiration of ASEAN member states, especially as it works towards becoming a common, vibrant, and growing economic community. And this particular message has been very amply stated through the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education, which pointed towards 2 important components: the quality assurance framework for the region, and also the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework as important instruments in working towards achieving comparability in higher education systems in this region. And the roadmap on higher education for ASEAN and the work plan or the implementation plan 2021 to 2025 continues this message and continues to support the 2 mechanisms, the qualifications framework and also the quality assurance framework, as mechanisms to continue to help enhance comparability of education systems in the region. Talking about the national education systems within ASEAN, it is important to recognize that it is marked by rich diversities. There is diversity of history, tradition, influences, exposure, and in development. There is British, American, Spanish, Dutch, French, and even Russian influence in ASEAN higher education systems. And against this backdrop of the diversities, when we talk about achieving comparability of national healthcare systems, there are two important components to address. One is the national quality assurance system. The second one is the national qualification system. Now, both are equally important to creating comparability both within and also across borders and even beyond borders to regions outside ASEAN. Prof. Khairul will be talking about the quality assurance systems and also the regional quality assurance framework a little bit later, and I will talk about the regional qualifications reference framework. Now, in 2009, some of the ASEAN member states expressed strong interest in wanting to develop a regional qualifications reference framework, which was then taken up by the ANSFATA group, ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand Free Trade Arrangement, and under its economic support program, it was able to provide financial support to form a group of experts in the region and also outside the region to develop what eventually is known as, or eventually and now is known as, ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework. This framework was formally endorsed in 2016 by the Ministers of Labor, Education, and also Economy. So it is a strongly endorsed instrument of ASEAN. And the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework Committee, which is the committee entrusted with organizing and managing the process by which member countries can reference their respective national qualifications framework or systems to this common yardstick, common reference in the region. And since then, since 2016, and by 2019, 4 countries, namely Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, have successfully concluded their referencing process and had their reports endorsed by the AQRFC. And it is now available at the ASEAN Secretariat website for anyone to refer to. And the rest of the members, Vietnam is in the final stages of submitting for referencing. Cambodia is working on its referencing report. So is Laos and also Myanmar. And all of them are in various stages of working towards some referencing in the near future. Even others, Brunei, have shown interest in trying to reference, if not the national framework, at least some sectoral frameworks to AQRFC, which is a good thing. Now, the referencing process itself has many benefits. Organizing for national referencing brings to the table a whole host of stakeholders to talk to one another, to understand, to be educated on the national qualifications framework. All 9 member countries in ASEAN have national qualifications framework. Singapore has a skills framework, but there is a national qualification framework in almost all the countries. And as part of the referencing, now there's greater conversation, greater information and education within the countries as they organize and prepare the referencing report. And while the report is an important product of this process, the process is extremely critical, where there is conversation, there is discussion, there's consultation, and there is eventually a consensus on what the national qualifications framework is, what it describes, what it contains, and how the national qualifications are actually quality assured through different quality assurance bodies, and including regulators that help establish institutions that populate each country and provide higher education opportunities to the citizens. Now that process resulted in, at least in these 4 countries, and eventually will also result in the rest of the countries, a national report that describes to all other countries in the region and even outside the region about what the qualification system is, and the quality assurance systems, and different ways in which qualifications are provided and quality assured and listed for reference. Now that creates clarity, that creates understanding, that creates visibility, that creates potential for interoperability of qualifications across borders and also across regions. Now, that is the process by which the higher education systems in different countries with different traditions and different influences become comparable. And through this comparability, it creates greater trust, because there's greater openness and transparency and explicitness about the qualification and the national systems. And hence, this can only help support recognition down the line. And in the interim, it supports collaboration, it supports movement of labor, movement of students across boundaries seeking further education within the region and also outside the region. And the entire process of being open and transparent and relating your qualification systems and your quality assurance systems to a common framework breeds confidence, breeds trust, and breeds collaboration. And eventually, through the process, everyone benefits by enhancing their systems, by looking at each other's systems and practices, and there are always good practices in every system. And through this mutual learning and understanding, everyone actually grows and get enhanced. So it's not just comparing, but also there is enhancement that's taking place through the process of referencing. And that has produced good benefits. Now we are at a stage where those countries that have referenced need to move on to the post-referencing stage, where after referencing, you need to actually educate, inform, and cascade this information to all the different stakeholders, especially the higher education providers, and on all sectors, whether they're in skills or technical, vocational, or higher education. They need to know about the comparability that has been achieved or indicated through the referencing process, and that is reflected in the report. And that information should provide help to different players within higher education systems as they speak to and communicate with and try to collaborate with partners within the region. There's a lot of interest in wanting to collaborate with universities, higher education providers, and skills training institute within the region. So this can only help with that process of collaboration. So with comparability and openness comes collaboration, which is definitely one of the aims of the higher education agenda initiative in this region. Now, referencing, there are challenges. And certainly if the challenges are addressed and improved, it will definitely provide further boosts to comparability and enhancement through the process of comparability. Referencing we are new to referencing, but we are gradually getting more and more experience and developing expertise, local expertise, ASEAN expertise in referencing. And that should help make the process credible, stronger, more robust, create confidence among our partners in other regions, especially in Europe, about the referencing and enhance the understanding of qualifications in this region. To this end, in the years to come, the interest will be not just on the referencing activity and report, but it is actually to look at the process of referencing, right? That is actually to ensure that all the different players and sectors are part and parcel of this process and continue to be part of the process. And referencing is not a one-time activity or event. It is something that will continue because higher education quality assurance systems and qualification systems are going through rapid changes. And one of the important change that is taking place is actually the arrival of micro-credentials. And qualifications systems and frameworks will have to accommodate, provide space for, and create pathways to these kinds of smaller credentials that can be recognized towards your regular traditional credentials, or recognize not just in higher education, but also in the jobs or the economic sectors for employment opportunities. So that is already arriving. So through this process, these are the new challenges faced by the referencing, the post-referencing nations will have to face how their qualification systems adapt to this, and there has to be re-referencing in order to make visible to the region how individual countries are adapting and addressing this, so that each can understand not just qualifications, but also partial qualifications, sub-qualifications, and especially the micro-credentials that is already exciting nations in this region. Right? So going back to the theme, has it helped to achieve comparability? Certainly has started the process. It has provided in many pockets benefits of comparability of higher education, the openness of higher education, and it can only grow and become more and more beneficial as the region integrates even further and seeks more mobility of people and talent and students within the region. So on that note of confidence that AQRF has and continues to contribute to comparability of qualifications, national qualification systems in the region, by creating confidence and also creating a zone of trust among all the nations and the different players in it, so that our long-term and common aspiration of being a single economic community will come to fruition. Thank you.
Yeah, zone of trust is really the word of the day, I would say. As you could hear, it is a difficult process, it is a long process, and we still have quite some member states to actually go through this process. But I think we've made a significant contribution by developing learning outcomes further, both on level descriptor level, but also on national and on program and course level. And the next contribution from AUNQA side will go a bit further into this and explore the relations between the quality assurance systems, the frameworks, but also the national qualifications mappings from Johnson Ong Chibin. He's the AUNQA expert and also lead expert for EU Share in the work on outcome-based education.
Very good afternoon. My name is Johnson. I'm glad to be here with you to share with you my reflection and the way forward at the shared closing event. The ASEAN Quality Assurance Framework was implemented to harmonize quality assurance framework within ASEAN, as well as to facilitate the movement of business persons, skilled labor, and talent as part of the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint. The AQAF has set very clear outline for both the EQA agencies and universities to follow in making the quality assurance as well as the qualification framework. This guideline would help universities to produce comparable qualities of students, graduates, and human resource across ASEAN. Learning outcomes were used as a basis for comparisons in alignment with national qualification framework. It is important that in the formulation of learning outcomes, intelligence needs to be gathered from the ecosystem to understand the needs and demands of the marketplace. From this intelligence, learning outcomes are established in alignment with the vision and mission of the university. It is important that learning outcomes at every level are being aligned with the ecosystem and the needs of the marketplace. The learning taxonomy is the foundation of an effective outcome-based education implementation. It helps in ensuring that the right learning outcomes are formulated. The choices of teaching and learning activity and assessment tasks. Constructive alignment is a basis for an effective implementation of OBE. In the ASEAN context, it is important that the learning taxonomy are being contextualized and updated as a living document to ensure that learning outcomes are always evolving and developing to meet the needs of the marketplace. I'm glad to inform that EU Share and UNUS have implemented the foundation of outcome-based education online system. The online education on OBE have 5 modules: principle of OBE, writing learning outcomes, learning activity, assessment, and implementation and evaluation. The pilot implementation have received very positive feedback with countries from Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. As we move forward to the ASEAN higher education space in 2025, what are the considerations that we need to take? First, we need to embrace the ecosystem of quality assurance. The institutional as well as program quality assurance often mirror the external quality assurance framework at the national, regional, and international level. These developments of external quality assurance is often influenced by the contextual factors, the needs of the stakeholders, economical, social, technological, and legal factors. It is important for the university in ASEAN to think about how can we sustain OBE capacity building and to ensure an effective implementation of outcome-based education across the universities. We also need to understand and appreciate student mobility around the world. We have an impact on transnational education. Looking at the statistics, most of the international students originated from Asia, which ASEAN is part of that. The ASEAN Quality Assurance Framework is one of the many quality assurance frameworks around the world. As we move forward, it is important for us to appreciate the other quality assurance frameworks, as well as how best we can actually align with those frameworks as part of the transnational education I would like to bring you to a piece of puzzle from the ASEAN Qualification Framework, and that is the Mutual Recognition Agreement, in short, MRA. As from March 2015, there were only 8 professions have been recognized under the Mutual Recognition Agreement. And I think as an ASEAN, as a whole, we need to do more to allow more professions to be recognized so as to facilitate a mobility of labor. Second, it is also important for each of the EQA to recognize each other in ASEAN. MRA could be possible for us to recognize accreditation and certification within and outside ASEAN. This will make truly ASEAN a transnational quality assurance framework. With that, we will be able to position ASEAN at the center of the Asian 21st century. Thank you, and I wish you success in the closing event.
Johnson well explained that while of course the foundations have been laid, the frameworks, now the next step is to actually get down to the mutual recognition arrangements and bring these to fruit for really achieving labor mobility as well. And now I'm handing over to the person in the room with me, Prof. Khairul, who's representing one side of the coin of QA, the agency side. We've heard from the university side already. And perhaps you can explain your side of the coin, the agency side. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian. So I have also my slides. Okay, and I'm representing ACAN. But of course, when we talk about the framework, we cannot run away from the two, the qualifications framework and also the QA framework. Okay, thank you. Shall I stand over there? Okay, so let's see. Okay, and ACAN has been actually inaugurated based on the roundtable meeting, ASEAN Quality Assurance Agency's roundtable meeting in 2008. And the roundtable meeting agreed to adopt Kuala Lumpur Declaration on the establishment of ACAN. So I think this is just the beginning of the ACAN itself. And we had then the framework, which is the Quality Assurance Framework, which was developed. And SHARE contributed in a way in enhancing the guidelines to this ACAF. And this is our vision, mission, and objectives. And again, SHARE program has actually assisted us in actually coming up with our latest constitution and also our latest strategic plan. So thank you to SHARE program for facilitating this with the assistance from our counterparts from the Europe. And this is the latest strategic plan, as I said, with the assistance from this SHARE program. So we can see that the importance of the ACAF itself, which is part of the main pillar. There are 5 pillars altogether. Pillar number 1 is more on the sustainability of the organization of ACAN itself. How do we maintain sustainability? And we need to promote ourselves more. Maybe perhaps even those in the room and in the platforms may be not aware about the existence of ACAN, existence of the framework. Yeah, and of course not talking about the quality assurance QA framework itself, but also maybe the qualifications reference framework as well. So as a region, we need to promote these 2 frameworks because these are our backbones to the higher education space in ASEAN. And then with the ACAF in place, we have agency reviews. And again, as I mentioned this morning as well, Thank you to the SHARE program for facilitating us to have the first pilot review in 2017 and the second agency review which was conducted this year. And of course, through the other pillar is on the capacity building, in which SHARE program has also contributed in the sense that organizing some of the activities in capacity building of the secretariat, the reviewers, and the staff, and also for our institutions as well. Okay, and I think perhaps this one have been presented a bit, so I'm not going to touch too much about the framework. Of course, this is a very important document that you can all download from our website. Yeah, and the main thing about this framework, it consists of 4 quadrants, important pillars. Pillar number 1 is about the external quality assurance agency. Yeah, the one who does the quality assurance in the respective countries and member states. For example, in Malaysia, we have MQA. In Indonesia, you have BANPT and all the LAM, yeah, and so on and so forth. So, and it's important for this framework because prior to the existence of ACAF, each member state has been doing the QA on their own in silo. Having a regional framework actually helps to kind of like moderate and also make everyone in line and to share good practices so that everyone can learn from one another. So that is the spirit of having this framework. And when we go in for the review, we bring in experts from various nationalities. And in the case of these first 2 agency reviews, what we did was we invited also our counterparts from Europe to also share their experience with the agencies. Okay, and this is the first one we have done with ONESCA Thailand, PASCO Philippines, BANPT Indonesia, and MQA Malaysia. And these are the members. You can see that we have the expertise from both ASEAN and also from the Europe. Okay, and this is the one that we conducted in 2022. It's still ongoing because the result has yet to be published to the respective agencies. But we have definitely learned a lot from the first pilot review. We have more confidence, especially our ASEAN counterparts have more confidence, and we can lead now the reviews ourselves with minimal assistance from our European counterparts. And of course, these are the members, and it's very important to also highlight that ENQA has been pivotal in assisting us in developing our talent and also our strength in terms of the processes and also our talents. And we hope to continue good collaboration with ENQA by signing an MOU back in October 2022. And one of the key thing is to get support on future inter-regional connectivity and collaboration in the field of quality assurance. So we hope that with this MOU, we can continue to work to the betterment of both regions. And all these activities on whether we are talking about the ACAF or the AQRF is again to actually facilitate better mobility of our students, recognition of our students' qualifications, and also our workers' mobility in the region and also inter-regional. So it's very important that all of us in ASEAN, we are part of this. We are part of the both AQRF and also the ACAF. So to take this opportunity of the frameworks that are readily available for us to leverage and be together to have a better higher education space in ASEAN. So with that, thank you very much. Back to you, Sebastian.
Thank you, Prof. Khairul. We're now moving to Europe. Prof. Khairul already touched on it. There was an MOU signed, and I think Anna is here with us today. She's the director of ENQA. She couldn't come here, but luckily we heard that this new age, what was it, 5.0, I think it was called, we can bring in people hybrid, and we're making good use of that. So Anna, please tell us a bit from the European perspective.
Hello, Sebastian. First of all, the important
still
thing,
on
can you
mute?
hear me?
Yeah.
Mm,
Can't hear you yet. Perhaps if IT can help.
Okay, do you hear me now?
No sound yet, no.
No, not yet. All right, just a moment.
Not yet.
Okay, how about now?
Here you are. Hi.
Okay, good. Right, first hurdle is overcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody in Jakarta. Good morning from Brussels. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I appreciate the opportunity to address you nonetheless virtually. I'm just going to try and share my screen, and hopefully this works.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, and do
Perhaps
you
if
see
you
it
can go on
in
full screen, presentation mode. Yeah.
There we go. Do we have it now?
Not yet. We're still seeing the separate slides, but not the full.
Okay.
All right, but I think it's good. We can see it here.
Just one moment, and I will try again. Let me see now.
It's not full screen, but I believe there it is. Yeah, now we have it.
There we go. Okay, we got there in the end. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll be brief. I know we're short of time. As just kindly introduced, my name is Anna Gova. I'm the director of ENCA, the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. I'm not going to go into detail about who we are, except to say that we have 55 members, quality assurance agencies from across the European higher education area. And as our first speaker in today's in the session just now mentioned, that encompasses a huge diversity of contexts, of higher education systems, of different types of quality assurance agencies. So one of our challenges, but also our strengths, is as an association, is to bring together all those different interests and contexts under one umbrella and try and speak with one voice of quality assurance agencies in Europe. One point I want to pick up specifically that's not mentioned here on this summary, but actually runs through all the activities we do, and that's the involvement of all higher education stakeholders in the work that we do. In Europe, we're very privileged to have strong associations representing all stakeholders. So in addition to ENCA representing the quality assurance agencies, we have the European University Association, EUA, representing universities. We have Eurasia, which represents professional and vocational higher education institutions. And we have ESU, the European Students' Union, that represents the student voice. And I think particularly this strong representation of the student voice in Europe is something that is quite a unique feature of higher education and quality assurance in Europe, although we see it now developing quite quickly in other regions as well. And all these stakeholders have come together and developed the European Higher Education Quality Assurance Framework, most notably the ESG, the Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance in Higher Education in Europe. And I think it's fair to say that really the success of quality assurance policy and practice in Europe is built on this really strong and participative stakeholder involvement. There's a real shared ownership by the stakeholders of the quality assurance policies. It's not something that is imposed top down by the ministers, although they have endorsed it, adopted it through the Bologna process. But it was really something that was co-created by the higher education stakeholders. ENCA, as a stakeholder organization, is involved in the E4 group, which is the group of these 4 main stakeholder bodies. We're also a consultative member in the Bologna process, the main policy-making process in the European higher education area. And we also involve all the different stakeholders in our agency review process, the practice by which we review quality assurance agencies in Europe. So that just a little bit of a background as to the situation in Europe. What we've been really excited to do through the cooperation in the SHARE program is to share some of that experience that is built up over the past 20 years with the colleagues here in the ASEAN region. And some of what we've been doing is, as has already been mentioned, the guidance and capacity building for conducting agency reviews. We see this as a really important tool for building trust in quality assurance systems and for facilitating the international or the local and the international recognition of quality assurance decisions. We talk about it from an agency perspective as taking our own medicine. We're used to reviewing higher education institutions and programs, but who watches the watchers? So we also put ourselves through this review process as agencies. We've also had a number of policy workshops with the colleagues from ACAN to discuss some of the strategic issues that are and challenges that are facing networks and associations. For example, balancing the diverse needs and contexts of members and sustainability and resourcing of networks. And as was already mentioned, we had colleagues from the ACAN and MQA Secretariat come to ENCA's General Assembly, which took place in Sweden in October. And at that event, we signed the Memorandum of Understanding, which provides a firm basis and intention to continue our cooperation and participation in each other's events and sharing relevant information and developments. For ENCA, the participation in the SHARE program is one part of our activities in terms of global relations. So we have links with quality assurance networks around the world, not just in the ASEAN region, but also in Africa, in South America, and in the Gulf region. And we actually have ongoing at the moment in Africa the closing event of the HACA initiative, which has been about harmonizing African higher education quality assurance and accreditation. So some similar activities to what's been happening in the ASEAN region. Why is all of this important? The QA standards that have been developed in Europe, in ASEAN, and also in Africa are all based on the same principles. They're all very much aligned along the same key ideas. Now, I think it's really important to note that alignment with each other doesn't mean that the systems are the same. We talk about this when we talk about regional harmonization processes, but also a global alignment, that doesn't mean that every country and then every region is doing their quality assurance and their accreditation and their recognition in exactly the same way, but they're all aligned along the same set of common principles and key concepts. And what's important is that we increase the knowledge of each other's systems and we facilitate the sharing of practice and information between systems. This only works if you have trust in each other's quality assurance approaches. So, because quality assurance is really the underpinning of recognition, of mobility, and of international partnerships. So the more that we understand each other's systems and are aware of this alignment, the more trust there is there. And trust has very much been the key theme that seems to have been running through the inputs that we've had over the past 45 minutes. So this is really what we're aiming at, and what I would say is also really important is through the activities that we've been doing in the SHARE program, it's not just been about us sharing our experience from Europe, but the involvement of European experts in, for example, the agency reviews that have been conducted enhances their understanding and knowledge of the system in the ASEAN region and brings that information back to Europe. We share it with our own members, so there's also there a greater understanding in the wider Europe region of what's happening in other areas of the world. And I will finish with a few pictures from ENCA's General Assembly, as I say, took place in October, when we were privileged to receive guests not just from the ACAN Secretariat, but also colleagues from the AFRIQUAN, which is the African Quality Assurance Network, and also the Gulf Network for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. It was a really important opportunity to share information about each other's systems. This was done both in private, in a meeting with the ENCA board, but then also more publicly in a public session of ENCA's General Assembly, where our members were able to learn more about what's happening in other areas of the world. Of course, there were many contextual differences that were discussed, but also many similarities, issues around access to higher education, digital education, academic integrity, and lifelong and flexible learning. And indeed, as already mentioned, we finished with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between ENCA and ACAN. And I think the message that I want to leave you with is, on the one hand, yes, it's about having the structures in place. So the qualifications frameworks, the quality assurance frameworks, and sharing information and being transparent about how those structures are implemented. But it is also about the people, and having this opportunity to meet with each other and engage with each other is a really important step towards building trust and transparency between each other's systems. And so with that, I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation to speak with you today, and I wish you a very successful remainder of the event.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Anna. I think that was a beautiful wrap-up, because you really brought the different elements of the higher education frameworks together. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Of course, QA people can go on for days and days and days talking about their frameworks, but maybe just one key takeaway. This all sounds very technical, and it all sounds very difficult, but it is important, because these frameworks are the backbone and they drive legal outcomes. Accreditation procedures have legal consequences. Frameworks referencing bear legal consequences in your systems. And as cumbersome as it is to explain your own systems, as difficult as it is to make each other understand about what drives, what forms, what qualifies a degree in my country, in your country, this is really the hard process that we all need to embark on. And there is no easy way out. So EU and ASEAN together have laid, I think, the foundations with the higher education partners in the region, but there is still much to be done up to the 2025 date that you have assigned to yourself. So I wish you every success. This is the end for us, the end of this session, and we're looking forward to going to the people, the mobility, the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian, Professor Khairul, and Anna Goffer. Would you please move to your right side, as we are going to take, yes, another documentation, so Anna could join. Yes, get closer to the screen on your right. Yes. Yes, right beside Anna. And we would like to have our photographer friends to come forward and take pictures of Miss Anna Goffer, Professor Dr. Khairul Saleh Muhammad Sahari, and our moderator, Mr. Sebastian Gries. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have another round of applause, please? Thank you very much. Now you can return to your seat. And thank you so much, Miss Anna Goffer. Wish you have a great day. Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, our next session will uncover the topic of session on digital transformation of international education in Southeast Asia. And of course, we would like to welcome on stage the panelists, Share expert for DAECTS platform, Mr. Anthony F. Camilleri. Share experts for EFAC portal, Dr. Keiko Ikeda. Share experts for EFAC portal, Dr. Abdul Latif Ahmad. National Chair of the Cambodian Share Alumni, member of the Steering Committee of the Southeast Asian Student and Alumni Network, CSUN, Mr. Uk Dararat. And to lead the session, I will hand the station over to our moderator. Please welcome on stage Share Program Manager, Mr. Arif Maulana.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I know we're probably a little bit pressed for time, but please bear with me. This is going to be an interesting session. The more, if I may say, the more tangible products of Share. So when we first started the Share program, the Share extension, we were facing a lot of disruptions, particularly for internationalization and student mobility. And this makes it very difficult for Share to implement scholarships as usual. So new innovative ways and new technologies are pursued in how we approach our work. Thus, we developed 2 new platforms for ASEAN. The first one is the DAECTS. This stands for the Digital ASEAN European Credit Transfer System platform, which digitalized the way we transfer credits. Initially in Share 1, we have the ASEAN European Credit Transfer System, but it was still a paper-based, and it lacks the finesse, the security, the swiftness of the processes of credit transfers. Thus, we have to move forward and think ahead on how we can improve that. And the digitalization processes will help that processes, but I think the experts will be doing more of the explanation on that. Similarly, for the mobility itself, we have the ASEAN Virtual Exchange and COIL platform. This is a new idea from Share, introducing VE, Virtual Exchange and COIL, to the 33 partner universities. And throughout the extension of Share, it has been proven successful. We have around 1,300 or more students experiencing using this platform. So this is also quite an achievement. So in total, from 2015 to now, to the end, we have around 2,200 awardees from Share. And of course, with this new 2 platforms, how it will affect the interaction of students and lecturers. We have also here a member of CSUN who will discuss how this affects them, how they communicate with other students, with other alumni, how they will interact with ASEAN, for example, with agencies in the region to be part of being the voice of the youth. We'll hear a little bit more about that. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Anthony Camilleri, the Executive Director for Knowledge Innovation Center, for your presentation on DAECTS.
Thank you
very much.
You may use
the podium if you would like. Thank you.
So, perfect. So thank you very much. When we were brought into the program, let's just figure out how this works. Okay, so when we were brought in to do a specific job, which was to essentially create a digital administration flow for student mobility, for transnational mobility. That sounds a little bit dry, a little bit boring. The important thing to understand here is that when you're doing student mobility, you're really managing a tripartite trust relationship. It's a relationship between the student, between the hosting institution, and between the sending institution. And the thing which you really need to guarantee is that this trust relationship is managed in a consistent, predictable way across every mobility, across all of these different administration systems, governance systems, language barriers, etc., etc. And this is the kind of thing which technology helps you to do well. So essentially our challenge really, even though you can think of it as a technology problem, was really very much a communication issue, a trust issue. And we wanted to do this not just with a solution that is specific to ASEAN, but we wanted to build a solution that is based on global standards, that's based on global interoperability, that's based on best practice, and allows communication with other parts of the world, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel in a regional manner. So the core of our system is really made up of the exchange of 3 documents. The first of those is the institutional profile, which really is just a tool to record information about each of the higher education institutions in the system, contact information of the institution, recognition policies, credit transfer policies, and so on and so forth. The second part, and really the core of the system, is the learning agreement. And this learning agreement is the contract that is signed between a student, a sending institution, and the hosting institution. And finally, the third document that we need to take care of is a transcript of records, which is essentially a document that actually contains the grades the student has achieved and which is converted back to the credit system in his home institution. To be able to build this, we were essentially starting from scratch in terms of digital interoperability of tools. And that meant that we didn't just need to build this system, but we really needed to put a lot of other components into place to make this work. So to make this happen, we needed to essentially build 6 components in a modular and reusable fashion. First of all, we had to establish the digital network of institutions. So we needed to actually create a platform where different higher education institutions can communicate, can send documents from one institution to the other. Secondly, because students need to have, let's say, a transnational identity for mobility, we need to establish an identity system for the students and a student identifier that would be portable from one institution to another. Thirdly, to allow the data that's in the system to be shared with other systems, we also needed a data model for learning that is reusable and shareable. If you're going to trade courses, you need information about the courses. So the information about the courses also needed to be digitized, also according to standardized data models. We needed a credit converter to be able to convert the credit systems between different systems. And finally, we needed a system of, if you will, digital credentialing of student achievement records to be able to actually transfer these transcripts of records. So each of these 6 components needed to essentially be built from scratch and also needed to then, let's say, be built in a modular way that allows you to do not only this application, but others. So to turn this into, let's say, a slightly more concrete use case, if I point this somewhere, it works. Okay. What actually happens in the system is that a student requests a mobility from their home institution. So they say, I would like to go for mobility to X institution. First thing that has to happen is that that agreement needs to be agreed by the home institution. So the home institution receives a request, they approve that mobility, and when they approve that mobility, the request then goes to the hosting institution. And the hosting institution also needs to review the agreement and accept to receive that student. Once they approve it, the student is notified and the 3-partite contract is essentially signed and the terms of the mobility are agreed. The student goes on the mobility, and once they complete the mobility, hopefully happily, they then do an assessment at the hosting institution. And once they complete the assessment, they are assigned credit in the credit system of the hosting institution. Now, because the hosting institution and the home institution don't necessarily use the same credit system, this then needs to go into a credit conversion engine. It goes into the credit conversion engine, magic happens, and it's converted to the credit system of the home sending institution. That still isn't enough in this process. The last step of this is that the home institution has to actually accept that credit and award it back to the student. So a couple of screenshots just to show you what the system looks like. So this is the dashboard that the universities can look like. And you see it's a very, very simple dashboard which just allows you to look at, let's say, all the different processes and all the different steps that are happening there. This is just an idea of what the transcript of records looks like with all the details of the students. And this is an idea of then the transcript of records that the student receives. So the last and most important thing, what happens next? So the University of Indonesia has taken control of this tool now, and they will host the platform going forward. In the initial steps, it's being used by the 33 share universities to actually share these mobility documents between the universities. In the coming months, in the coming years, we hope that the system will scale to include more universities. Scaling it is as simple as just creating a new user account for each of these universities. And because we built it on existing global standards, this system can also very, very easily be linked to the Erasmus system in Europe and be used to share mobilities even interregionally. Last things, the lessons learned from the network, that global network of institutions, those student identifiers, those open data models, these are all building components that can be used for other things. So they can be used to create regional course catalogs, they can be used to create regional systems of digital credentials. So hopefully this proof of concept, but also this very, very practical tool for the students that are using it can serve as a building block for further interoperable integration in the region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anthony. So that solves the credit part. We improve on the credit transfer system, the way we do it now with digitalization. But how about the mobility part? To discuss all this, let me introduce Dr. Keiko Ikeda to the stage to present the ABEC platform.
All right, can you hear me? Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak today. I'll be speaking on behalf of the two experts, one from the ASEAN and one from Japan. We're fortunate to join the Endeavor in 2021 and share initiative to bring this newly developed pedagogy practice called Koyo in ASEAN. It's been a great working together with the shared ASEAN partner university faculty members and IROs, and together with NUFIC. The portal, which I will be talking briefly about today, is just launched recently. So before anything new, I don't really have to speak to many of you. You already have been to capacity buildings many times, but just to give you a 30 seconds of what's Koyo. Basically, what this slide shows, it means that it needs at least two countries, two different classrooms with the teachers and students, and they get together to collaborate. And teachers talk with each other and design a collaborative project for the small groups that comes from both classrooms or more, and they will be working very closely to actually accomplish a mission together. So this slide actually illustrates differences between virtual exchange and virtual mobility, and those are terms that are coming around and floating in the conversations. Just wanted to make the teaser part of the two. So virtual mobility on your right-hand side, what happens is mostly course sharing among the institutions takes place. If done in synchronously, real time, it can be socially engaging. But most of the time, the teachers are using their on-demand resources, so it can be pretty much a one-way e-learning. On the other hand, for the left side, the virtual exchange in Koyo, the two or more classrooms, as I said, gather and collaborate together. So it brings much student engagement and enables social learning, and project-based learning is a core activity. As a part of the share actions, myself and an ASEAN counterpart, Dr. Latif, were appointed as a Koyo virtual exchange consultant, and we have done several things thus far. And one of the output that was to conduct the mapping research. The objectives for the research was to map the implementation of virtual exchange schemes by universities in the ASEAN region. And we have done interviews, survey with the 9 university representatives, 95 university IRO officers, and 525 students. We have reported on the results elsewhere, and also we have a booklet online available in the share homepage as well, so I'm not going to talk about the results in details, but for today, just to share the recommendations that we have come up with from that mapping research, because this is really relevant to the ABEC portal that I'm going to talk about shortly. So ASEAN higher education institutions and community want more training together to better their competencies to adapt digitally enhanced teaching and learning. They want to actualize further of inter-ASEAN collaborations with the scaffolded infrastructure. Thus, they wish for online support to assist the Koyo or virtual exchange program development. So to meet these wishes indicated in the mapping research, SHARE 2021-2022 have done numbers of capacity buildings to Koyo virtual exchange among the partner universities with a great success. Through Koyo initiative, students and teachers are given opportunities to develop various 21st century skills and such as global citizenship and digital literacy and more. With the scholarship batch 6 through 9, through the entire period, just over a little 1 year, we have 1,686 students participated and generated 31 Koyo virtual exchange courses, 397 faculties in IIOs involved just in 1 year. So they have embraced the international collaborative learning through the adaptation of this practice in that short time span. So as this number shows, Koyo or virtual exchange is one instrument which adapts a digitally enhanced pedagogy, which is to make international education very much more inclusive. Since the Koyo virtual exchange continues to gain a lot of attention in the world with a rapid growing speed, even beyond the pandemic crisis, for the ASEAN higher education institutions to be connected and then to establish the valuable sustaining international institutional partnerships with the world, engagement in Koyo or virtual exchange practices provide many merits to the university and the region itself. In order to develop the further and keep going with the good outputs coming out, and then more importantly, to scale further with some level of autonomy without relying on sporadic capacity building workshops, and then most importantly, to decentralize the adaptation of the practice by more universities, yet still to keep up with a quality assurance. ABEC portal, which I'm going to talk about now, ASEAN Virtual Exchange Koyo portal, was therefore developed. So this is an infographic. I believe you can actually scan and download it for yourself as well now. There are 5 components in our ABEC portal which indicated really well in this infographic. I'll explain a little bit. So there is Koyo directory that's the function where the one faculty member can upload the Koyo potential course and then seeking for matching partner overseas institution. In the ICT Learning Center, because Koyo practices requires digital skills, it has the IC tools useful for virtual exchange in Koyo modules, as well as the newly introduced Koyo customized management system called Immersio. One can find explanation, video guide, many resources to get familiar with those things. In the competence library function, it has resources of capacity building, training, micro-learning videos that you can actually learn it on your own at home or elsewhere you want to, or bring it to others who will be starting anew to learn this practice. In the building blocks function, it has resources for components that should go into a Koyo module design, such as icebreaker, a very good interactive icebreaker, or intercultural learning activities, how to create a rubric, etc. And reports is the places where you can find a good practices that successful cases happen in this initiative that you can actually refer to and actually copy some of the ideas for your own new Koyo virtual exchange as well. All right, so I would just conclude with the last message from myself. So with this, this practices coming into the ASEAN higher education institutions, you are actually linked with the world, and then you are actually being able to interact even more further, having a further partnership among yourself as well. I think that at least as a lead experts of this project, we strongly hope that this portal will become a gateway to further strengthen the international partnership at higher education institutions in ASEAN and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ikeda. And to complete this, we have Dr. Latif with his presentation on the AVEC platform.
Good afternoon, selamat sore. Thank you, kudos to all of you for staying awake for topics on quality framework and digitalization for the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock slot. So that's very, very challenging. But thank you to all of you for being here. Now I would like to share a topic on a continuation with what myself and Keiko has been working on for the past year. I'm Abdul Latif Ahmad, and I'm from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And thank you to SHARE for funding this research, this consultancy work that we've been doing. And what I'll be doing is sharing about the university experience of those who have actually participated in the COIL Virtual Exchange Program. These are some of the words that came from the report that each of the universities had sent us based on the collaboration. The words highlighted in red: the diverse cultural component in the class brought interesting discussions. This presents the students, participants, an opportunity to be more courageous and confident to embrace diversity and unity. This was from one of the reports that we received. The students were truly excited every week for the developing friendship and collaboration. Discover or learn a new culture. Priceless experiences, foreign lecturers and meeting new friends. Enjoyed the online and blended sessions. And this may be little things to some of you, but these are making a lot of differences to our students who has never gotten the opportunity to be here like all of us, meeting people of different culture every other week. But for this student, this could be their first time interacting with someone coming from a different culture, talking, building that confidence, and to many of them, English is not their first language. They are now familiar with using online platform in learning, and they can communicate in using English confidently. They have gained more experience in online teaching, and this is for the academics, in classroom management and technology skills. Students from different universities can conceptualize and design things coming from different countries, and they are able to address recent trends and adding values to different ideas and thoughts. It is a significant step for students to learn to communicate with their peers outside of their normal routine. And I know we've always been talking about technology, and we're talking about platforms and portal, but what it's doing at an individual basis to each of the students, to the community at large. Having students from Vietnam National University working with students in University Kebangsaan Malaysia to talk about family economic planning, to have students from Diponegoro to be working with students in Santo Thomas University in Philippines to talk about disaster management, are examples of collaborations that we've never really had prior to this. Whenever we talk about student mobility, it's always involved the United States, Europe, Australia, and we've never really looked within the intra-ASEAN region. And this is some of the highlights of what we do, that we are similar yet different as it is. So from the responses from the university lecturers to academics who wrote the report, they've actually told us on how this COIL program has actually benefited them at a humanitarian level as well, in terms of how it has changed the student, how it has given more personal development to the students as well. This is a number that we're working with. 31 COIL program, as Keiko had mentioned, 397 capacity building training was provided to 397 academic and IR representatives to 1,686 students in 1 year. These are lives that were changed, that had learned new ways of doing things, that had advanced themselves further in a period of COVID-19. So we thank you, SHARE, for that, for actually giving different insights and looking things in different perspectives. The AVEC portal will be very, very important as a medium where we will be meeting and we can seek solutions and getting ideas getting insights and perspectives on how we can develop COIL further as a region. The International Relations Office will be playing a crucial role internally and externally. There'll be a lot of questions to each and every one of you as well. So that's why we've always had the International Relations Office working together with the academics so that they would not be lost and they would know what's going on and that future collaborations can take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Latif Ahmad. Next, we have a video that we would like to share with you from the students, from the awardees, on the experience they have with SHARE. So, can we show it on the screen?
My name is Anisha Rajendran from Malaysia. I was in batch 7 in SHARE program where I did my virtual exchange to Vietnam National University. There are many wonderful experiences of me joining SHARE. One of my memorable experiences of joining SHARE was planning to create a new network, which is Southeast Asia Student and Alumni Network, which is also known as CSUN. This network was started to build from the very first scratch. Some of our SHARE alumni members volunteered to be a part of CSUN. So, all the workload such as pitching the idea, doing the paperwork were delegated to all of us. Working together as a team with friends from different countries is a new experience for me. I'm glad to be a part of CSUN as all the community members of CSUN are super kind, supportive and helpful, and yet we are creating a network for the upcoming generation for a better higher education.
Hello everyone, my name is Franz and I'm from batch 7. The memorable experience here was when we completing the exercise that was given. We need to have complete this exercise from a group. This group have a diversity thinking. We need to solve this exercise by discussion that have a different point of view, the different thinking methods.
I'm Edmar Lingatong, batch 5 of the SHARE program. I'm from the University of the Philippines and I did my exchange at University Kebangsaan, Malaysia in 2019. SHARE for me was a gateway to experience life in another Southeast Asian country. As a student of Asian literature, I felt that that was necessary for me. The opportunity to get up close with another Southeast Asian country and to travel around Malaysia and its neighboring countries gave me a perspective that informs how I study and work with my own culture now. Right now, I'm in a fellowship program that works with schools to roll out educational and community development programs and to ultimately leave a positive impact. I get to teach children in high-need communities. I also get to share and model to my students that same cultural sensitivity and self-efficacy that I myself developed from my exchange program. As I grow professionally in the coming years, I know that the network of alumni and industry leaders that SHARE continues to provide for us will help me eventually figure out my place in education, in culture, and in advocacy.
My name is Huyên and I'm a Vietnamese alumni of batch 7 in the SHARE program. SHARE is a meaningful program for me to make friends and meet many people in the SHARE countries. SHARE program helped me a lot because SHARE program bring to me a good knowledge background, build a good network with many friends from many countries all over the world. SHARE also helped me learn more from friends about the soft skills, communication skills, leadership skills by doing the assignments, and also time management skills.
Next, we have with us Mr. Uk Dararat, a member of the Executive Committee of the CSUN. So to talk about the student relationship, please.
Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. And I am Ok Dararot. I'm from Cambodia. I was a first student, among the first students who got the EU Share Scholarship, and I went to the Philippines. And I still can't believe it was like 5 years ago. I was a student studying in different countries. And then I graduated, I became a teacher at my university. And now I become a student again for my master program. So today I'm going to talk about the digital transformation of international education in Southeast Asia. So this is like the student and alumni views. So here I put a quote there, but I'm not sure if it is a quote, but I say our journey is our future. So when we talk about the student mobility, we cannot ignore that these are the common things that we receive from the mobility. Maybe people receive different experiences, but these are the common ones that we cannot deny. So we can talk about the academic enrichments that we receive, different education from different countries, allow us to see different views from different perspectives there. And when we receive the scholarship and opportunity to study abroad, of course, that we also increased the employability. And then we also need to mention about the cultural awareness that we can learn from different cultures in ASEAN region, as well as the regional integration, the people-to-people connectivity. So all of these are the common things. But one thing that I would like to stress is the last one, is the potential of being together. So I will elaborate more what does it mean by being together in the ASEAN region here. Right, when we talk about being together, we are talking about the personal interest, because we like to be together, we like to work together, we like to share together. Right, so basically it's more about personal interest. It is so fun to meet different people, to learn different language, to sing different songs, to go to different places. But when we move aside from our personal interests, we also see that being together also meaningful a lot to us and to the community, because we can make a positive change when we become together, right? So that's why after we finish our study mobility, we actually start to work together unofficially. So we just want to do something together. For example, like organize events or participate in different events to help internationalization in higher education. We could not actually do much back then, but then we actually could do, for example, like scholarship information, student assistance, share to other students so that they can get the same opportunity or better opportunity to study in the ASEAN region. But then our roles was more recognized. Then we became part of the EU Share Dialogue. Sorry, wrong spelling. Then we also create the student declaration, student and alumni declaration. And then we also participate in different programs. So for me, I personally participate in the SF Rector Conference and Student Forum in Romania, and representing the EU Shares Alumni Association to contribute to better policies regarding the education between Asia and Europe. And then we also join with different organizations, different student groups like Erasmus, so on and so forth. Right. Then we try to enlarge our roles in contributing to the higher education there. We transform from EU Share Student and Alumni Association to the ASEAN Regional Student and Alumni Association, which is even larger and more inclusive, because we cannot actually just stay in a small group of EU Share alumni and students. We need to include everybody that has similar experience of studying and mobilizing in different parts of the region ASEAN there. Right, so we work from the beginning until now. We work in different formats. For example, we have various meeting both physically and virtually to form the EU Share networking, and then we extend it to the EU Share, to the ASEAN Student and Alumni Networking, what we call the CSAN, the Southeast Asian Student and Alumni. And after that, we are discussing about the digital transformation of international education in Southeast Asia. Right, so I want to stress on the facts that the students and alumni are also part of this digital transformation. But before that, I would like to highlight the feasibility of the student mobility. We can assume that there is a coexistence of the physical and virtual student mobility, so that there are more students have opportunity to experience different cultures, different education, curriculum and system. Right? And then this form of physical and virtual student mobility, or what we call the hybrid one, can also we can also maximize the benefit from it, and then we still make the sense of exchange alive, even those in the time of difficulty of traveling or mobilizing to different countries. Right, and there is also the recognitions of our study participation and credit, and of course, what we get from that is the diversity of knowledge. We talk about the roles of students and alumni. There is a hybrid communication to create and administer our association. And then there is a digital and physical participation and engagement in higher education dialogues. So we've been doing that as students and alumni. We've been participating in the EU Share dialogues, both physically and virtually. And of course, there is the continuous of supporting student learning and movement in ASEAN with our role as the student and alumni. And lastly, I would like to stress on this part that students and alumni are the part of the stakeholder of the education design. Because education is designed to let students study. So if students and alumni are excluded from the design process, so there might be a mismatch between the student needs and the stakeholders' wants. So there should be a communication or dialogue between the stakeholder and the student and alumni that they want to see the future of the higher education. So as I said there is a potential of youth, because youth are potential, so they are very good at ideas, because we are very good at imagining things. Right? Sometimes it is too ideal, but we never know that those ideas might be a good idea, right? So, and we also have the hand-on experience that is very essential. We can share with all the stakeholders what is missing and what needed to be fixed. So that's also our potential of involving and engaging with the higher education in ASEAN. And you can see there diverse knowledge, and that has a good input in the policies. And the young generation desires of the future image of the regional higher education in the ASEAN. Right? And of course, in addition to those engagement in the designing process, we also have the capacities and times to do what we call the grassroots initiative, that we can actually do physical and digital outreach and supports to the ASEAN students. And in addition to those potential that we can actually offer, we also need some support from the ASEAN stakeholder in higher education, because we need recognition. We already have the resources, but we need the recognition and of our existence and our potential. And secondly, we need the support, both experience and finance. Right? Finance is important. Although we don't work for money, we do it from our heart, but we really need finance to sustain our commitment, our initiative, so on and so forth. And lastly, please try to engage us in the regional education dialogue so that we can raise our voice and concerns and we can contribute to the education development in the ASEAN region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Look, I think it's also the same as Jaslyn earlier this morning. And you are not alone. I think I recognize a couple of students on the, in the audience. Can you please stand up and make yourself known? Can the alumni please stand up? Any more share awardees here? Jaslyn, Bagus, yeah, please stand up. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, you can sit yourself down. And to end this, I would like to invite my director, Mr. Peter Van Taal, the director of Nuffic Neso, who's responsible for Result Area 3, to give his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't worry, I know you're all longing for coffee and tea. And I'll keep this short. I just asked for the floor for a moment. I'll trust you appreciate the connection between the different presentations, right? The flow of what Sebastian was saying, the quality frameworks and the network supporting it that makes internationalization result in legally valid results. And here we see the technical underpinning for that in platforms that facilitate digital credit transfer that is definitely here to stay, and also collective online international learning. I always appreciate also the importance of virtual exchange and collective online international learning in terms of inclusivity. We can stick close to home here. We live in Indonesia. Indonesia is a continent in and of itself. The push that the COVID pandemic has given to online learning has greatly contributed to inclusivity in the education field. So those are major steps forward, and those are developments that are here to stay, and we're very happy that we can transfer these outputs of the SHARE project now to the ASEAN University Network, represented by the University of Indonesia, and continue to work with them in the future. And then, of course, it leads to, thank you very much, for your really interesting and dynamic presentation. Yeah, the students, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, right? The energy, the future, the connections made, the learning that is being done. So thank you very much for that. I wanted to be here especially to thank our experts. Anthony, I know you're not only the only one working on the platform, your whole team with you in different countries in Europe. Dr. Keiko, Dr. Latif, thank you so much for your contribution to the project. This is the end of SHARE, but I hope this is not the end of our engagement. So more to come soon in a theater near you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and with that, I give the time back to the MC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again for our panelists and our moderator. And now would you please stand up as we are going to have a picture together. And of course, we are inviting Mr. Peter Van Taal, SHARE Program Director for Nuffic and Director Nuffic Neso Indonesia, to join on stage for the photo session. Yes, in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, let's give another big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator, and of course, together with Mr. Peter Van Taal, Director Nuffic Neso Indonesia, SHARE Program Director for Nuffic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next presentations and discussions, we're going to have a quick break. But considering that we are a bit behind our schedule, so we are encouraging our guests and participants to bring your snacks and drinks with you into this room so we can resume and proceed for the next presentation and discussion. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to enjoy coffee, tea, and snacks we are serving you in the foyer area on mezzanine floor. But since we are a bit behind our schedule, you can bring your coffee, tea, or snacks with you into this room so we can resume our activities and proceed to the next presentation and discussion. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, and of course, everyone who are joining us online. Now we are about to resume our activities and proceed to the next presentation and discussion. Therefore, we are inviting our guests who are still in the foyer area to rejoin us in the ASEAN Hall so we can resume to the next session. Once again, would you please join us again in the ASEAN Hall? Kindly come inside the ASEAN Hall as we are about to resume our activities. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, our respected guests, as we are about to resume our activities and proceed to the next presentation and discussion, kindly rejoin us in the ASEAN Hall. Of course, you can bring your snacks and your drinks along with you. And thank you so much for your cooperation. Once again, we are inviting our participants to join us again in the ASEAN Hall. Of course, you can bring your snacks and your drinks with you. And thank you very much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue to resume our activities shortly. Kindly have a seat, and for those of you who are still in the foyer area, you're welcome to bring your drinks and snacks with you into the ASEAN Hall as we are about to resume our activities shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still in the foyer area, once again, we are encouraging you to join us again in the ASEAN Hall. And thank you so much for all of you who are here with us. And now, moving right along, we are ready to come to the last presentation of the day with the topic of presentation of joint declaration text and statements by OGM permanent members, or SOMAT, on the implementation of the roadmap to 2025. But first, we would like to welcome the panelists. Senior Program Officer, Simeo Raihat, Mr. Philip Masterson. Senior Consultant for Educational Innovation and Skills Development, Asia and Pacific Regional Bureau for Education, UNESCO, Bangkok, Mr. Wesley Teeter. Representing President of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, AKAN, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Quality Assurance, Malaysian Qualifications Agency, MQA, Professor Dr. Hairul Saleh Muhammad Sahari, and representative of OGM permanent members from Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Dina Aliuddin. And please welcome the session chair and moderator, Assistant Director, Head Education, Youth and Sports Division, the ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Roger Chow Jr. The stage is yours.
Okay, we're still waiting for one of the panelists, but before anything else, I would like to thank each and every one of you for staying with us on this very important event as we celebrate not the end, but the success of the SHARE program. And take note, this has laid the foundation for ASEAN higher education, and we are here to celebrate the success of the program. And of course, future and stronger ASEAN-EU ties, together with our partners, the British Council, DAAD, NUFIC, ENQA, Simeo Raihat, UNESCO, Asia-Europe Foundation, members of the OGM, both permanent and non-permanent, all the ASEAN member states dealing with higher education, and all the stakeholders, including students and representatives from higher education institutions. By the way, I forgot to mention ASEAN University Network. Okay, they are also a strong partner. Now, can I have a PowerPoint, please? What this panel is all about is to provide you with insights and opinions from the panelists, but also to give you an idea what we have been doing and where we are now and how we move forward. Now, this particular one, I did not change the slide so that I highlight that this is exactly the same one, more or less, that we presented in the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education, particularly on the concept note. Take note, there are Simeo processes and ASEAN processes to get projects endorsed and basically adopted. So this is what we're doing. However, you do need to understand that this is a joint effort and that the development of the joint declaration is not just done by ASEAN and member states. It will be jointly drafted, circulated, getting inputs, finalized, and adopted by both approving bodies, both from the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization and CMU-RIHED, and the ASEAN processes, particularly through SumEd and ASED. Furthermore, this process will actually incorporate all the stakeholders in higher education, including students. As mentioned, we heard our students, we are stakeholders, we have insights and expertise to contribute to the processes of higher education in the region, and as such, we should not exclude them from the entire process. Okay, why are we developing an ASEAN-CMEO joint declaration on a common higher education space in Southeast Asia, which we hope to be adopted by the ASEAN education ministers and the CMEO Council in 2023? This is expected to further enhance synergy and collaboration between ASEAN education sector and CMEO, particularly on higher education. The background, this is the first part of the concept note. We have to look back to the ASEAN Charter on Human Resource Development and Cooperation in Education and Lifelong Learning. We anchored it also on the Declaration on ASEAN Concord II, which is also known as the Bali Concord II, the Cha-am Hua Hin Declaration on Strengthening Cooperation and Education to achieve an ASEAN caring and sharing community, which was adopted in October 2003 and 2009. We've heard about the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education, which was adopted by the ASEAN leaders in 2015, which highlighted the importance of higher education, particularly in ASEAN community building. And of course, the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021-2025, which was the higher education component was significantly contributed by the SHARE program. OGHEM, the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility members articulated the necessity on having a definition on a common higher education space. As such, in July, during the Policy Dialogue 15, there was a closed-door session on developing the definition and vision towards a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. It was not completed, so there was a drafting team, a small drafting team comprised of various stakeholders, not just from ASEAN, but of course all of them working within Southeast Asian higher education. Then the ASEAN-CMEO coordination meeting on August 2022 discussed what we can do in relation to enhancing cooperation and collaboration between ASEAN and CMEO, particularly in education. And for this particular case on higher education, both secretariats agreed to develop a concept note and seek approval from our respective bodies to develop an ASEAN-CMEO joint declaration on the common higher education space in Southeast Asia. The development of the concept note on the ASEAN-CMEO joint declaration was noted during the 17th SumEd, October this year in Hanoi. There was basically support to develop it. Of course, the concept note has to be developed and put on the table. And the development of an ASEAN-CMEO joint declaration on a common higher education space in Southeast Asia has been discussed at the CMU-RIHED Governing Board meeting on the 28th of October 2022. And just in November 30, a few days ago, it was also discussed at the CMEO High Officials meeting. Overall, there was support from all the bodies, but however, we still need to do some revisions, clarifications, but there is overwhelming support from everyone. So that's where we are so far. Now, why the joint declaration? This is to acknowledge that a common higher education space in Southeast Asia is one of the catalysts in accelerating educational, economic, political, and socio-cultural development agenda. It is also to uphold quality and accessibility for all in the provision of higher education across the region. Enhance academic mobility through a common higher education space in Southeast Asia initiative. Strengthen solidarity of the ASEAN community through enhanced higher education, in-person mobility, and virtual mobility and exchanges of students, scholars, and lifelong learners. When we say scholars, that includes faculty and researchers. It's also to contribute to the promotion of peace, prosperity, resilience, and vibrancy in Southeast Asia through harmonized and synergized collaboration between ASEAN and CIMIO and among academia, industry, government, community, and partners in higher education. Essentially, we're talking about a multi-stakeholder collaboration. Foster sustainable internationalization through this joint declaration and increase visibility of ASEAN and CIMIO globally through stronger partnerships and shared leadership in a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. I won't go to the next slides. What this means for us is that the stronger collaboration of all partners and stakeholders in Southeast Asian higher education is necessary for us to move forward, to address the challenges that we are facing. Not only the fourth or fifth industrial revolution, the changing world of work, or the necessity to enhance relevance and quality in our curriculum and the delivery of higher education programs. It is basically to enhance each and every person in the Southeast Asian region so that they can contribute to global peace building and sustainability. It is also to contribute to enhancing the capacity to engage and basically be flexible as the changing skills and competencies are constantly and very much rapidly changing with the advent of the advances of information and communications technology. On top of that, in November this year, during the 40th and 41st ASEAN Summit, the ASEAN Declaration on Digital Transformation on Education Systems for Change in ASEAN has been adopted, taking into consideration that this is the entire education sector, including higher education, and within a lifelong learning framework. How this contributes to the common higher education space in Southeast Asia and how we operationalize it will be done this next year as part of initiatives towards building a stronger and sustainable common higher education space in our region, Southeast Asia. Thank you very much. Now, it's not just me talking, this is a panel. So let me start off with Philip. What is your opinion on and views of this development of the common higher education space in Southeast Asia?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Roger. It's good to be back on the panel again. For CIMIO RAIHED, this is actually an achievement that we're quite proud of. When CIMIO RAIHED started out talking about a common space in Southeast Asian higher education, that was around 2007, 2008. And this was really the initial steps. It's when we brought countries together to discuss forming ACAN, when we brought countries together to start talking about, well, we should have a policy platform for higher education in the region. And things progressed, but the situation today, as Roger described, we need to do more. And that's why we're looking at a joint declaration. This would really be a first for the region. And it would be a joint declaration in higher education that I think we should all be proud of if we can do this. As mentioned, what's really critical about this is that it has to go through two different systems. So that's why we've had a very close coordination, and the ASEAN Secretariat was kind enough to invite RIHED to the ASEAN SOMED meetings to see that process through. And the ASEAN Secretariat has been attending the high officials meeting on the CMEO side. So from CMEO RIHED, from the CMEO perspective, we've been able to discuss this process, the updates, the joint declaration. We will have a chance to update all of this information in February for the CMEO Council meeting. Now, the Council meeting, that means the Ministers of Education of all 11 CMEO member countries. So we will continue doing this in February and keeping everyone updated. And meanwhile, this is a process, and it's not just CMEO RIHED, we work very closely with the CMEO Secretariat as well. So it's really a secretariat and secretariat partnership as well. So we're very pleased to see this, and importantly, what this joint declaration would do is it would put forward a common vision. And in that common vision, you would find the ASEAN Work Plan on higher education. You would find all the initiatives that have been brought forward by SHARE. And you'd also see the priorities that CMEO RIHED works on with the 11 CMEO member countries. Those priorities are different, but in effect, we're all working towards the same vision, and we're all working towards the same common space. So that's really what we'd like to see in the end.
Thank you very much, Philip. Can we ask Wes? Wes is an expert in higher education as well, aside from his capacity working with UNESCO for the past more than 10 years already, if I remember right. So we'd like to hear his views and opinions as well, both personal and representing UNESCO's views, particularly in higher education development in the region here. Thank you.
Sure, well, thank you very much. And I feel like I really want to have everyone in the room feeling connected to this space, because I feel a sense of hope and something like a new beginning. But that new beginning doesn't just begin with, the organizations and the structures that move students and programs. It begins with all of us finding that sense of hope and really trying to sense, what does it mean for me? What does it mean in Lao PDR? What does it mean in Cambodia? What does it mean in different levels of education? What does it mean for employability? So I think this concept of a higher education space is a new beginning. It's a sense of hope, but we have responsibilities now. We have a way forward, which is, what will that mean to a community of learners in Asia and ASEAN? How will Europe, see that common space differently? What types of new invitations will come your way? What types of new opportunities? How will we set priorities? United Nations has, different agencies, but UNESCO is the only one with a mandate in higher education. So when we think about that responsibility and that opportunity, we try to bring together partners that are very much like you see on the stage here today, and CMEO RIHED is certainly a key one in that. So, in terms of what we're doing next in the common space, I think you're going to see really this commitment to tight alignment, this idea of, not necessarily a top-down approach, but really careful listening, because UNESCO has no agenda to implement the common space. We care about mobility, we care about fairness, we care about human rights. And I think the common space for higher education enables that and allows that space for dialogue. So I hope everyone takes that space and makes it your own, because I think that's where we are in higher education today. We're calling for transformation, we're calling for change, and I think you're going to see that going forward.
Thank you very much, Wesley. Now our next speaker, Dr. Khairul, will be speaking on behalf of ACWAN, but also as his expertise in quality assurance and accreditation. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Basically, I think, as mentioned by Wes as well, so this is our own higher education space. We should take advantage of it. I think the flavor of ASEAN is that we want our space, higher education space, to be something that we can leverage on to promote mobility within the region. But we also want to actually attract international students to come to the region. And instead of working in silo, if we work together as a region, we can actually maybe attract more and more students to come to this region. I think that is the most important thing that we want to promote, by having these kind of initiatives through the common framework of qualifications, common framework of quality assurance. We have the existence of AUN. So all these entities are actually, we need to work together, of course, together with RIHED, together with UNESCO and other entities as well, to make sure that our space is something that we can be proud of. It's something that is for us, for ASEAN, by ASEAN. And I think that in a way will, as I said earlier, will promote and for us, our students, to go within ASEAN, to go outside, and to be able to attract international students and maybe workers to come to ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to add something. You mentioned that we'd like to attract students from other regions as well, which strengthens the need for a common higher education space, because the inter-regional dimensions of internationalization and transnational higher education is getting stronger visibility and support. And if we manage to strengthen a common higher education space in Southeast Asia, that strengthens our competitiveness as well. And then we get to utilize and build on our strengths, and of course look into the weaknesses we have and support each other to build a stronger, inclusive, equitable, quality higher education. Yes. Our next panelist is Ms. Dina Alyudin, who is a member of the ASEAN Working Group of Higher Education Mobility and from the Ministry of Education, Higher Education, Brunei.
As a member of OCAM, and then being involved in this journey, Brunei Darussalam is very interested and very supportive of this movement. And in fact, the Ministry of Education, via the Department of Higher Education, will launch our new strategic plan for higher education, whereby we have included the universities in Brunei Darussalam, private as well as our public universities, in a dialogue session in looking at mobility of our students within the country, regional as well as international. And it is part of our strategic plan as well to look at how further collaboration can be established so that it will enrich everybody in the region. Listening to the alumni who have shared their experiences today, it's sort of like justify or verify the plan to actually make this mobility of our students happen in the region. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, the four panelists have been talking about a lot of things related to the common higher education space. There is national initiative, there are regional initiatives, there are inter-regional initiatives, and rationales why we need a common higher education space in Southeast Asia. However, we also have to consider that there are challenges in moving forward, but together we can make it happen. And of course, we had examples of Europe making it happen. And let me put it as an expert also in European higher education. I'm an expert of the European Commission for Higher Education as well. I've been working on higher education projects with them. There are challenges that they had to go through, and I'm sure we will have the same challenges in different forms. Another thing there is when Europe developed the European higher education area, the environment was different. We didn't have significant take-up of digital technologies in higher education. The last 2 years highlighted the importance of digital technologies, particularly in enhancing resiliency in higher education, particularly in times of crisis and pandemics. Now, I would like to ask any of the panelists, how would you see the integration of digital transformation in higher education? Yesterday, I was talking to, we were talking on micro-credentials and the need to integrate digital technologies, digital courses, OERs, micro-credentials into the ASEAN qualifications reference framework? And how will this basically contribute to ASEAN community building and, of course, the common higher education space in Southeast Asia? And yeah, we'd like to hear on that. But on Wesley, I would like to hear further insights, if you don't mind, on how to move the common higher education space in relation to contributing to the new agenda for higher education globally, or how we should transform higher education, and how the common space in how the common higher education space in Southeast Asia can contribute to transforming higher education. Yes.
Yeah, these are great questions. And I think it's, again, speaking to what Roger mentioned earlier about how ASEAN sees itself in the world. You have so much to contribute. We were just talking at the break and just before this about how colleagues in South Africa are looking to learn, lessons learned. Who are their partners in Asia? And I thought, Malaysia. South Africa is working on qualifications recognition, harmonization agenda throughout the region, and they're looking to internationalize. They have a very strong higher education system, but they also want peers to learn from in Southeast Asia in particular. And Malaysia jumped out as an example that has very rich experience in implementing qualification frameworks. You can talk to individual faculty and they will know what these systems mean. That's deep implementation. It's very hard to get to that level of implementation. Other countries want to learn from that. So I'm very proud that ASEAN can reach out to the world. And I think that common higher education space will allow you to bring your experience together. RIHED Share will allow you to bring those messages together and amplify your strengths. Again, what Roger mentioned about competitiveness. It's really exciting for your lives, for your career, because when you're competitive at this level and you're cooperative at this level, it's really an inspiring story. Very much what reminds me of the European project. The European project it's a different story, but they have their own journey, which I also find very inspiring. So a lot that we can do for ASEAN and the world, and we saw that through the World Higher Education Conference. So there's a lot more we can say about that, but maybe just briefly on that. There is a new roadmap that's out. We can document lessons learned from our students, from this experience here today, and that can actually inform the new roadmap that will be basically finalized by February 15th. They're trying to look for consultations by that point. So the lessons learned from here, your main messages can go into that enrichment of that roadmap 2030. Those consultations will be concluded in 15th of February. So really an exciting time for ASEAN in the world.
Dr. Khairul?
Okay, thank you, Roger. Basically, when we talk about, I've also explained about the importance of including the new trends in higher education, such as micro-credentials, digital learning. Yeah, we have open and distance learning maybe picking up because of the pandemic. And then not to forget, in ASEAN, we also have discrepancy and differences in terms of access to higher education. And we can leverage on policies related to accreditation of or recognition of prior learning, RPL as well. So maybe that is something of niche and also important for ASEAN. And we as a region, we should help each other because we don't want everyone, we want everyone to be inclusive, not exclusive. So, and it's important to actually help each other out. And we want to be strong as a region because as we want our higher education space to be something that attracts, as I said earlier, attracts others to come in. And we should not be maybe competing, but more on complementing each other. So maybe there are strengths in each member state that we can actually portray. And that can be something that you can actually promote. So it doesn't mean that maybe you need to be strong in every single discipline. So we know that once we have a proper mapping of the higher education space in ASEAN, we'll be able to play with by our strength and be able to attract more people to come. And talking about the system on quality assurance and qualifications framework, of course, we have to be agile enough to adopt and adapt new things. As I said also, micro-credentials, it can be part of the framework as what is being done in the Euro, in EU, and as well as other countries such as New Zealand. So we can also have something of that in ASEAN. I know Malaysia, we have been looking on it, but we can definitely share with the rest of our member states in ASEAN so that we have a better framework that can actually be something that we can be proud of. And in the end of all of this, again, it goes back to the student mobility. The student will benefit from this. Maybe the educators, the lecturers' mobility as well, workers' mobility. So all this will be the fruit of all this hard work that we are putting in, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dina?
I can share with you on country case. As for Brunei, we work closely with Professor Dr. Carol on accreditation for the benefit of credit transfer. And we are at that stage of actually formulating, looking at all the processes that needs to be in place in order to enable smoothless or seamless mobility of our students in the region. So as part of that as well, the ministry via our accreditation unit is also looking at the digitalization of processes so that it would be easier when the students or students that come across our ministry to do projects or to do exchanges programs, it can be done easily. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Philip, you want to say something on the two areas?
Yeah, maybe just reflecting on what was said before. I think when we think of the common space, it's important to understand that common in the sense that not everyone is at the same stage or ready to embark on the same priorities. Even something such as micro-credentials, it doesn't mean necessarily that every country is at the stage to be looking at that right now. And we understand that there are different priorities and countries are facing different challenges. So what we mean when we say a common space is a space in which we can understand those needs and differences, and we can leverage the expertise of one country for another. I think that's why, some of the wording that you'll see we often use is about collective learning. It means that, a region capable of really maximizing the knowledge that it has. It means that you don't have to import knowledge from outside. You can get the knowledge from within the region and share it. And so, this is kind of the understanding and reasoning that we'd like you also to understand about this. So we're hopeful that, by understanding better, by really understanding, neighboring countries better, we can better understand the challenges and the ways to work on that.
Thank you very much. I'm hearing keywords. Cooperation, diversity, supporting each other, leveraging each other's strengths, national initiatives, sharing national initiatives and learning from each other. These are the things that we should be doing and we should focus on as we build the common higher education space in Southeast Asia. We always hear the words or quotes. Individually, we cannot do a lot of things. Together, we can do everything. So I'm hoping that each and every one of us will contribute and support the development of a common higher education space in Southeast Asia, taking into consideration that it benefits each and every one of us, including the future generations, our children, our grandchildren. Furthermore, it contributes to ASEAN community building and the development of a peaceful, stable, prosperous global community. I know we still have time, but I'm sure each and every one of you are tired. I just want to give you one more sentence before we invite Summer to give the closing remarks. 2015 to 2022, 7 years. 7 years may seem long, but it's actually a short time. From where higher education was in 2015 until where higher education in Southeast Asia is in 2022, a lot of things have happened. A lot of resources, a lot of expertise, a lot of technical assistance, capacity building, a lot of discussions, dialogues has occurred. And this is what brought us to where we are now. We are stronger compared to 2015. But this is also brought about with support from our friends, stakeholders, particularly in this case, the EU Share Program, with the support of the European Union, our friends, the British Council, NOFIC, the AAD, and ENQA, and other partners as well. Experts. So ladies and gentlemen, take note, this is not an ASEAN Act or a CIMIO Act or a SHARE Act. This is our act, and together we will make things happen. So let's give each other a big round of applause. And I would like to ask Samar Shah, Share Senior Responsible Owner and Country Director for British Council Indonesia, to give the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Roger. I'm pleased to see so many of you are still here. So I think this is the group who are the hardcore, real practitioners in higher education. So good afternoon. Yes, I think a round of applause to yourself for staying until the very, very end so that you could listen to me. Good afternoon. So my name is Samar Shah. I am the Share SRO. We were debating whether it's Senior Responsible Owner or Senior Responsible Officer. Either way, it makes me feel extremely stressed and pressured because it's such huge responsibility. But you may have also heard that it's not the first time I've held this role. In fact, I was the SRO when Share was launched 7 years ago. So this journey for me is a full cycle from the moment we started to now coming to see the so many achievements as you have heard all day. It's really rewarding. So how are you feeling right now, ladies and gentlemen, after a day full of presentations and videos and contribution? How are you feeling? Good? So far, so good. Well, I feel rewarded, I feel humbled, and I feel confident about the future, especially having heard the last session. So how did we get here? Just to share a couple of sort of reflections from my own perspective. I remember back in 2013, sitting in a cafe with my counterpart from DAAD, Campus France, and NUFIG, talking about this new opportunity from the EU delegation on higher education harmonization across ASEAN. So that was almost 10 years ago. And then in 2015, we were awarded the contract and we had our inception workshop, I think in May. And then we had our very first policy dialogue in Share, in this very room, on this very stage where we launched Share. I think several of us were there. And so it's a really proud moment for us to come back to this room, to this stage, to close the program. And then, of course, the rest was history, as you have heard from various speakers today. I don't think I need to go through all the achievements we have delivered in the last 7 years, but I think I can put my hand on my heart and say we have delivered everything we said we would and quite a bit more. We certainly have the big numbers. So 15 policy dialogues. I think I would probably even say 16 if you count today as a mini dialogue, policy dialogue. 29 publications, almost 600 scholarships, over 6,000 people benefiting directly from the Share program. But there is also the real impact, I think as beautifully summarized by Jaslyn this morning, one of the Share alumni, how they have got a life-changing experience from Share. So I think there's no better testament than that. But what really impressed me the most is how we have focused on the mutuality of this program from the outset, as we have heard from our colleagues on the stage. The knowledge transfer and sustainability of the share was a real focus when we started. The program was supported and funded by the EU and started by a group of European organizations, including my organization, the British Council, DAD, Campus France, NUFIC, ENCA, EUA. But the ownership of the program and the initiative by ASEAN, especially ASEAN Secretariat and other bodies, have driven us along the last 7 years to move things forward so that we can stand here today feeling really confident about handing things over and continuing that ownership, that sustainability. And in that regard, I think we should all be very excited about the establishment of ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, ORGEM, who met for the first time yesterday in Jakarta face-to-face and agreed to meet again in the future and include all of us as partners so that we can continue this really exciting journey. And of course, the establishment of CSAN, the Southeast Asian Student Alumni Network, and also the strengthened partnership between ACAN and ENCA on quality assurance, and the realization of the roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025, and of course, as you have heard from Roger and everybody here, the development of a joint declaration, first in this region, on a common higher education space in Southeast Asia between ASEAN and Simi Raihed, which is a milestone that we should all feel proud to have contributed to. In addition, I feel we should also be proud that not only have we engaged in this important topic in Southeast Asia with Europe, we have also reached out to the world, as Wesley has said, to really showcase what we are discussing here, because there is relevance for other parts of the world on what we're doing in SHARE. So people heard about our SHARE success at the UNESCO World Higher Education Conference in Barcelona, the second Asia-Pacific Regional Education Ministers Conference in Bangkok, the European Development Days 2022 in Brussels, and the most recent Going Global Asia-Pacific Conference in Singapore. And not to mention, next week, there will be the EU-ASEAN Summit in Brussels. And guess which program they have chosen to showcase the EU-ASEAN partnership? SHARE. So I think there is so much for us to look back on and then look forward to. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the fantastic team. I mean, this is the collective team of everybody who has worked on SHARE. So I want to take this opportunity to thank them once again. The EU delegation, the EU, for funding the program, ASEAN Secretariat, and all the member states for supporting the program and working with us from day one, and in particular, Dr. Roger Chow for being a real driving force. And all the other bodies, as we have seen on stage, Simi Raihed, UNESCO, ACAN, AUN, Simeo Secretariat, and many other higher education bodies involved, and all the participants of SHARE, the institutions, the researchers, the lecturers, the students. And last but certainly not the least, the actual SHARE team that includes all the consortium partners right now and those who joined at the beginning. So British Council, DAAD, Campus France, NUFIC, EUA, ENCA, the SHARE experts like Miguel and many others sitting here. So can I ask everyone who has worked on SHARE in the delivery team to stand up so that you can see who they are and give them a round of applause? Don't be shy. I can see Sebastian, Buying at the end, and all those people work behind scenes. So thank you very much, everybody. And people on stage. what a proud moment, ladies and gentlemen. I think just looking around, we can feel very reassured and very confident that looking forward, we can continue to work together on the common higher education space in ASEAN and believe and to be excited about the strong foundation we have laid for higher education harmonization in ASEAN. And just to remind everybody, even though this may be the closing of this phase of SHARE, as you have heard from colleagues from EU and ASEAN, there will be a lot more coming up after SHARE to build on the legacy of SHARE. And all these organizations, we're here to stay. So, for example, my organization, the British Council, is going to celebrate our 75th anniversary in Indonesia next year. We are here for the long game, and higher education is our bread and butter and will continue to be a priority for us, so you can count on us to continue bringing expertise and collaboration together with ASEAN and Southeast Asia. So I think the key words I'm taking away are collaborate, complement, and innovate. And let's make sure we take a student-centered approach to create more life-changing experience for the future generation in Southeast Asia and worldwide, so that we can help them to become the leaders of tomorrow and make the changes we need for a much better and prosperous future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the fantastic closing remarks, Mr. Samarshia. Now we are inviting you to join our panelists and speakers to take pictures together. And of course, such a very enriching presentation of joint declaration text and statements by OGAM permanent members on the implementation of the roadmap to 2025. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause, please. So ladies and gentlemen, all of our respected guests, it means that we are reaching the end of today's event. And once again, we thank our speakers, our moderators, and of course, all of our guests and participants who are here in person and all of you who are joining us virtually. We thank you so much for staying with us until this time to celebrate the success of the SHARE program. Can we have one final round of applause? And on behalf of the organizing committee, we apologize for any inconvenience that might occur during this event. And we are inviting everyone, we welcome you to enjoy dinner together. We have served dinner downstairs. So it's time for me, Selvin Janita, signing off as your Master of Ceremony of the day. Take very good care, everyone, and I really wish you have a pleasant evening. Thank you so much and goodbye.